And before we start tonight, I'd like to take a moment to clarify where things currently stand related to our short-term rentals or STRs. This is an important topic in our community, and we appreciate the continued interest and engagement. At our March 9th City Council meeting, the council directed staff to move forward with a professionally conducted survey by an independent firm to better understand community perspectives on STRs. Staff is in the early stages of preparing for that effort, and the results of that survey will be incorporated into the next presentation brought back to the City Council. Staff, at this time, short-term rentals will return as a continued business agenda item at a future meeting, which is anticipated to take place in May. No final decisions have been made. For those who want to follow this when this item is discussed, City Council meeting agendas are published on the city's website each Friday prior to our Monday meetings. That will be the best way to know when STRs are scheduled for consideration. With that, let's proceed with our meeting. City Attorney, do you have anything to state about closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session. I did have one clarification. I originally thought that the agenda was wrong when it said that there were 5 items and that it was 4, but it was in fact 5 items.
Thank you. Former Councilmember Becerra, where'd you go? Will you please lead us in the flag salute?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ayala?
Here.
Councilmember Rhodes?
Here.
Councilmember Judge?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
Here.
And Mayor Kavanaugh?
Here. Are there any items for agenda review?
Madam Mayor, there are none.
Thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. If any member of the City Council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. I will be recusing myself on item 5A. My employer has a relationship with the applicant. So at 5A, the Mayor Pro Tem will take over.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of March 2026 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month, and Community Services Coordinator Ryan Fowler is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. The month of March 2026 is recognized as Problem Gambling Awareness Month. To accept the proclamation, I would like to invite the following individuals to come forward to the left of the podium. Jasleen Kangura, Nandiha Krishnamurthy, Sadie Rowe, and Surya Ravi Kumar. I would also like to invite Serena Kangura, 9th grader at Royal High School, to the podium to share a statement.
Is defined as gambling behavior that is damaging to a person or their family, often disrupting school, work, and relationships. Youth are particularly vulnerable. National research shows that adolescents have higher rates of problem gambling than adults. Studies published by the National Institutes of Health estimate that between 4% and 8% of adolescents experience serious gambling problems, with another 10% to 15% at risk. With the rapid growth of online gambling, sports wagering, and mobile gambling platforms, youth people are exposed to gambling more than ever before. These platforms often normalize betting behaviors and increase the risk of harm. Youth problem gambling is associated with serious consequences, including higher rates of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, poor academic performance, and financial difficulties. But prevention is possible. Education, open conversations between parents and youth, and responsible gaming safeguards are proven ways to reduce risk and protect young people. Problem Gambling Awareness Month is observed nationally each March to increase public awareness and to promote prevention, treatment, and recovery services. The Simi Valley Youth Council recognizes the importance of educating young people and families about the risks of gambling and promoting healthy decision-making in our community. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for proclaiming March 2026 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in the city of Simi Valley. Thank you.
I can talk loud enough.
So, Didi.
We're so very proud of our youth council and all of the good projects that you do and all of the hope that you bring to our community. And I look forward to seeing you guys up here many, many times. And also in your future, we're so proud of each and every one of you. And thank you for taking on this subject. They're all done. Okay.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. We have no speaker cards for this item. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3B1, informational presentation by Youth Council Member Sadie Rowe.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Sadie Rowe, and I'm a junior at Simi Valley High School. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for your continued support of the Simi Valley Youth Council. Your investment in our program allows us to grow as leaders and actively contribute to initiatives that positively impact the youth in our community. It is an honor to be here today to share an update on our recent efforts and upcoming work. The month of March has been filled with meaningful engagement, impactful programming, and continued preparation for several major initiatives. On March 2nd, 2026, Youth Council members had the opportunity to attend and facilitate a leadership workshop at Hollow Hills Elementary School. During this workshop, we worked closely alongside 4th and 5th grade students to help them identify challenges within their school environment and guide them in developing actionable solutions. Through collaborative discussions and interactive activities, these students were able to think critically about leadership and advocacy, while Youth Council members further strengthened their mentorship and facilitation skills. In addition to this workshop, we are currently supporting the Every 15 Minutes program, an impactful initiative designed to raise awareness about the dangers of impaired and distracted driving. As a part of this effort, Youth Council members are conducting student-led interviews at Simi Valley High School to promote the importance of making safe and responsible decisions. These interviews encourage students to think about safe alternatives to drinking and driving, as well as potential consequences and broader impacts such decisions can have on individuals, family, and the community. By capturing authentic student perspectives, the initiative fosters meaningful dialogue and encourages peers to think critically about their choices. The entirely student-led nature of this project highlights the leadership, initiative, and commitment of Youth Council members to creating a safer community. Looking ahead, the Simi Valley Youth Council is also preparing for several exciting events. Tomorrow, March 24th, members will attend the Ventura County Office of Education Equity Conference, moderating and participating in panels about student civic engagement, where students will engage in discussions surrounding equity, inclusion, and representation. This conference provides an important opportunity for youth council members to broaden their perspectives and bring back ideas that will help us better serve the diverse population of Simi Valley. We are also excited to share the success of our third annual Roots and Rhythm Multicultural Night, which took place on March 20th at Santa Susana High School. This event brought together community members of all ages to celebrate the rich cultural diversity within Simi Valley. The evening featured over 25 cultural booths and 11 performances showcasing tradition, music, art, dance, and cuisine from all around the world. The event created a welcoming and inclusive environment where individuals can learn from one another and appreciate the many cultures that make up our community. Additionally, I would like to invite everyone to attend our upcoming 8th annual Community Talent Show on April 11th. This year, we are excited to host 2 shows, an afternoon 2 p.m. show and an evening 7:30 p.m. show featuring a wide variety of performances by talented Simi Valley residents. This event is not only Youth Council's largest fundraiser, but also an opportunity to highlight and celebrate the incredible creativity and talent within our community. Cash prizes will be given to winners at both shows, and act submissions can be sent in through the link. The link is bit.ly/YC Talent Show 2026. That is bit.ly/YC Talent Show 2026. And are due today, March 23rd. We strongly encourage those listening to attend and support these performers as they showcase their skills and passions. Tickets will be live soon at svcac.org and will be $18 for adults and $15 for students. Another important update is that we are currently accepting applications for the 2026-2027 Simi Valley Youth Council term. We are looking forward to welcoming a new group of dedicated and passionate students who are eager to make a difference. The program is open to both middle and high school students in Simi Valley, and applications are due on April 22nd, 2026. Students under the age of 15 are required to submit a hard copy application. However, anyone who prefers a physical copy may complete one and either drop it off here at the City Hall or mail it to the City Hall addressed to Youth Council Coordinator Ryan Feller. Students who are 16 years of age or older may complete and submit their application online. We highly encourage interested students to apply and take advantage of this opportunity to grow as leaders and serve their community. Please mark your calendars and join us for our upcoming field day on May 30th at Royal High School. This event will bring students together from across the community for a day of connection, collaboration, and fun, while continuing to build strong relationships among youth in Simi Valley. Lastly, I would like to encourage everyone to stay connected with the Simi Valley Youth Council by following us on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Simi Valley Youth Council, as well as on TikTok at SVYC2929. Once again, I would like to thank Mayor Kavanaugh and the City Council for inviting me to speak this evening and for your continued support of Youth Council initiatives in our community. Your commitment empowers us to create meaningful change, and we are truly grateful. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions of Sadie? Mayor Pro Tem Litzer.
One question, but first a compliment. Sadie, fabulous, wonderful presentation. I was trying to keep track numerically of all the things you've been doing and have coming up. And for the rest of the people in attendance, we're talking full-time students in high school and middle school who are doing all this in addition to their heavy school load. So thank you for truly being the leaders.
Yes, of course.
Okay, here's my one question. The very last thing you said, if I wanted to follow you on TikTok, not that I've ever followed anybody on TikTok before in my entire life, SVYC 2929.
Yes, correct.
What is the significance of 2929?
That is a wonderful
it's the address?
question.
It's the address of City Hall?
Yes.
I should know that.
Yes.
I should know that. Okay, thank you. That's
Yes,
brilliant.
of course.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadie.
Thank you very much, Sadie. We always appreciate youth council presentations.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3C1, Quarterly Economic Development Update, and Assistant City Manager Luis Garibay and Assistant to the City Manager Angel Sierra are here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. As part of tonight's Economic Development Update, I'd like to share some recent business activity in the community. As you can see on the screen, recently we had the privilege of welcoming Porcellino's, which is a casual Italian deli offering sandwiches, cured meats, cheeses, and prepared foods with a focus on traditional Italian flavors. Additionally, we welcomed California Fish Grill, a fast casual seafood restaurant featuring grilled fish, shrimp, tacos, bowls, and healthier dining options. And lastly, we had the privilege of welcoming Piccola Tiny Homes, a designer and builder of modern tiny homes offering compact, efficient housing solutions here in our community. I'd also like to highlight a few businesses that continue to move through the permitting process. Simi Valley Brewing Company is making progress. City staff is assisting wherever possible to make sure that they get to the finish line, as are Bunker Clubhouse and Pickle and Play. They're also engaged with the various agencies that require review, and they look to open in the near future as well. Whole Foods Market is also making its way through the tenant improvement process, and hopefully this will open soon as well, but this will bring another grocery option for residents here in town. Pozoleria Doña Ana, which is expanding into Simi Valley, have 2 locations in the San Fernando Valley, and they'll be expanding here into town, and they're going to be offering authentic Mexican food here near the Pollo Loco site. Raising Cane's also has submitted their application and is currently under review. And lastly, as you can see on the screen, the existing IHOP location here in town is being repositioned into a dual-branded concept with Applebee's. So they'll be introducing this new dining option format in the city, which are very few in the state, actually. So overall, these projects reflect continued momentum and confidence in Simi Valley as a place to invest and do business. And in the first quarter of 2026, we did see 260 business tax certificates issued. Based on available data, quarter 4 data, regional unemployment rates continue to show overall improvement. I will note that there is no October 2025 data because there was a pause in collection of data during the government shutdown. But Simi Valley continued to stand out with unemployment decreasing from 4.2% in November to 3.9% in December, maintaining the lowest rate amongst jurisdictions and outperforming both the county and the state. When we're looking at industrial vacancy rates across the region, Simi Valley does stand out with a 9.3% vacancy rate, which it does remain higher than both Ventura County and Los Angeles County. There are several factors that could be contributed to this elevated vacancy. That includes supply and demand, where new and available space has outpaced tenant absorption in certain markets, shifts in tenant demand, including business optimizing their space usage, relocating, or just delaying their leasing decisions due to economic uncertainty. Those are all things that could lead to potentially the temporary increases in vacancy.
So to help fill some of that vacant industrial space, we continue to actively promote Simi Valley and really position ourselves as a safe and business-friendly alternative to LA and the San Fernando Valley. A few weeks ago, I had an opportunity to participate as a panelist at the LA Business Journal's event here held at CSUN, and in addition to write an op-ed piece for the Inside the Valley magazine, highlighting Simi Valley as a pro-business and our pro-business approach and our business-friendly city council. One of the things that we're also working on that we're getting ready to launch as well is a new brand initiative specifically aimed for our economic development marketing purposes. We've purposely taken a pause on updating some of our marketing material to wait till the new brand comes out so that we can update all of our materials at the same time. This is something that's not uncommon with other cities in terms of that are aggressive about economic development. So we'll be doing the same. I would tie it to really being a brand extension of the city's logo, but really focusing on more on the business community to get the word out there to our businesses and potential businesses.
Simi Valley saw strong sales tax performance in the third quarter of 2025. This is the most recent or the most available data that we have, with receipts increasing 18.6% compared to the same period in 2024. This does reflect a solid 9% gain, outperforming both Ventura County at 3.9% and the broader Southern California region. The growth was driven largely by the city's business and industry sector, which expanded 5.1% due to continued strength in fulfillment centers, office supply and furniture spaces, computer and office equipment, and light and heavy industrial activity. In the retail market, Simi Valley's quarter four vacancy rate of 8.7 remains higher than Ventura County at 5.5 and LA County at 5.6. Again, vacancy rates are influenced by local conditions such as tenant turnover, shifts in consumer preferences towards e-commerce, and mismatches between existing space and current retailer needs. In addition, one contributing factor to vacancy rates are unfilled spaces in retail centers that are actively working to revitalize and reposition previously underutilized or underperforming spaces, such as Santa Susana Plaza, Simi Valley Town Center. They're all working towards revitalization projects in those areas.
Now, to help to fill in some of those retail vacancies, the city's currently working on a retail recruitment plan and strategy. Now, most people don't realize the data and advanced analytics that most retailers use when they're looking at selecting a new location. So through this process, we're going to better understand what our consumer spending patterns are, demographics, psychographics, and really make sure that we're matching and aggressively going after the retailers and fitting them in the spaces here that are currently available. We've already started our outreach plan for the ICSC show that's going to be in May, and setting up those meetings with potential retailers and developers to help gain some interest here for Simi Valley.
Filming activity in quarter one, 2026, we hosted 28 production days with an estimated economic impact of approximately $500,000. And what that is these figures represent the total impact to the community, including money being spent at local businesses like restaurants, hotels, and gas stations. This level of activity reflects continued interest from the film industry and highlights the city's growing role as a production-friendly location. This momentum, is reflected in the variety of different productions that have filmed in Simi Valley recently. That includes some of the productions that you see on the screen here. Includes The Paper, Apple TV's The Stick, the American Girls music video featuring Harry Styles, and commercial shoots for major retailers like Lowe's, Kohl's, and Tommy Jeans. We also had recent media coverage, which has further elevated Simi Valley's profile as a filming destination. In addition to that segment on ABC News, we were featured on KNX News, a local radio station, and a local Acorn article, all highlighting the trend of productions looking outside of Los Angeles and choosing Simi Valley for its film-friendly approach. This visibility is also extended to regional discussions, with Mayor Kavanaugh recently participating in a panel focused on film and economic development, sharing Simi Valley's experience and success in attracting production activity here in town.
So this is one that we're really excited about. Just last week, we received word that a prospect that we had been working with and trying to woo to the city had finally made the decision and chose Simi Valley for their new location. This is going to mean a substantial number of jobs for the community, and it's also going to help fill an existing vacant space and repurpose that for a business use. So We can't say too much yet, but we hope that we'll be able to make a formal announcement with all of council and the community in the coming weeks. But it is going to be a very good business partner and a great addition to the Simi Valley business community. So with that, Angel and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very
Just so
much.
you know, they won't tell us either. I tried. Any questions from the dais, council? Any compliments on what they've done? Councilmember Rhodes?
Great job of the report. It is often said, especially during this political cycle, that Simi Valley has to do more to recruit businesses and get good jobs in here. Guess what? You may not see it all the time, but is a constant work in progress to get the right balance of housing, businesses, traffic, transit. But you guys are killing it, and so I only had one question. Who's the? No? Okay. All right.
Thank you. And I know I've personally talked to the Bunker House people, and they were very appreciative, and he was hoping to open any day now. So that'll be good. And I was glad to see that Whole Foods is continuing. I was in their parking lot on Saturday, or last Wednesday, waiting, and I saw people coming in and out, and I'm like, that's a good sign that something's going on. So good, very glad to see that too. Any other questions? Great report, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3C2, quarterly Runkle Canyon update presented by Jim Vaughn, partner at Procopio.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, good evening. Again, my name is Jim Vaughn with the Procopio Law Firm. We are the Land Use Council for Runkle Canyon. My partner, Jordan Ferguson, was here for the first quarterly update in December. He and his wife gave birth to their second child last week, so he is otherwise occupied tonight, and I am pinch hitting. So I'll do the best I can to answer any questions you have. The good news is that in close collaboration with city staff and the city attorney's office, we are making great progress, which you're about to see a few highlights of. That's just a copy of the start of the milestone table, but it shows what we'll be talking about. There's really three components. There's the first 4 estate lots, there's the senior housing component and the senior rec center. That's item 2, and then there is the remaining 21 estate lots that are going to have their own plan development permit. Okay, so for the first 4 estate lots, you can see them there. The status is the grading permit was issued, the recertification, well, the grading was completed, the regrading, that's today. And the recertification was submitted earlier today as well, so we're targeting building permit issuance April 1st. You'll see a rendering of the first 2 lots and the second 2 lots, or homes. Okay, the senior community. Kind of see how that lays out. The status is we received administrative approval for the updated elevations in January. The planning comments were received on January 8th, and plan check comments in February. We are preparing responses, and we'll be resubmitting next month. These are on target for start of construction before the end of September as targeted. Same for the rec center. CUP administrative application was approved this January. First plan check comments have been received because those were submitted at risk. We're preparing responses, and we'll be resubmitting with the condo comments next month. Plan development permit application for the remaining estate lots. The master plan set was, again, prepared at risk and submitted, so those plan check comments were received in February of this year. We're preparing responses, and those will be resubmitted next month. With the overall PD application, which of course has to be approved before the the plan checks can be completed. We met February 9th to review progress on the application, responded March 5th with corrections. City immediately turned around their next set of comments a few days later on March 10th, and we resubmitted on March 19th. So again, working very closely and moving fast. That either will be or has been deemed complete. The neighborhood council meeting is already scheduled for next month on April 21st, and the planning commission meeting has been scheduled for May 13th. So this is a couple of months ahead, actually, of the schedule we set out last October. Here's just a few shots of where those estate lots are. A couple more slides. The project schedule. Again, the senior site administrator review was complete late last year. The planning commission hearing for the remaining 21 estate lots. I don't know why it says approved. It will be approved, we hope, at the planning commission hearing on May 13th. We expect the first building inspection on the estate lots in approximately May. The senior site construction expected to commence in September, along with the rec center itself. And we think that if all goes smoothly, we'll have the first 4 estate lots completed with certificates of occupancy or final permits by the end of September, which is about 3 months before the target date. Last thing is just an update on the community at Runkle Canyon. As many know, there are still 3 streets that need to be completed: Buckbrush, Purple Sage, and Talbert. Great work on this as well. The Public Works Department requested a third-party review of the pavement sections themselves. The site work has been completed. The reports are being finalized, and those will be submitted next month. Same time frame for the geological review. The site work has been done. The reports are being completed. And those will both be submitted next month. As soon as that is reviewed and the city staff and Runkle Canyon agree on exactly the punch list of what needs to be completed, that work will be undertaken and completed. And that is the end of the update, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have, and if I can answer them, I will make sure that we get back to city staff with answers quickly.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Vaughn, great pinch hitting. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak for the entire council, even though I'm not allowed. Thank you for this report, and it has been a great thing to have the partnership now that we're working together. Is there anything that the city can be doing better to assist this progress? It looks like it's ahead of schedule. Can we go faster? Is there any hiccups from the city that we can deal with?
Good question. I don't really think so. I think that, I'm sure just for our team as well, we probably have people that maybe could have done something a day faster or 2 days faster. Maybe it's true for the city as well, I'm not sure. But I think the results speak for themselves, that generally speaking, I think everyone's very pleased with how well this is going, and we hope that continues. We're sort of past the starting line at this point, but we haven't put any homes up yet. We haven't started construction on the rec center and the senior condos. So we really hope that over the next few months and the next 2 reports that we come in for, you're going to really see great progress on vertical construction and completions out there.
That's awesome. This project's been going on since before Councilmember Ayala was born. So, thank you.
Even I haven't been involved that long.
Thank you for the report.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Echo kudos. Thank you for the report. It is encouraging to see that deadlines are being made and even occasionally ahead of schedule, which is great. Just a reminder, can you remind me how many senior condos are part of this plan? And maybe I should, that's not fair, is it? That was not part of the report.
I knew this answer a year ago. I think it's 132, but let's see if I can find out.
I guess I'm asking as you dig that out, just because it's important to the community, and it's exciting that there is development being specifically targeted towards our senior population, and that it's actually getting plans checked and hopefully started. I believe you said September, but that's all right if you don't see it.
Somehow I'm just seeing deadlines and targets.
Deadlines, it's fine. I know that it's sizable. So anyway, thank you again for your efforts.
We'll get that back to the council.
Thank you very much. We're glad to see everything is ahead of schedule. So
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item 4, the City Council will hear public statements from the first 10 persons who have submitted speaker cards. After the first 10 persons have spoken, subsequent persons who have submitted speaker cards will be called on to speak under agenda item 6, which is a continuation of agenda item 4. Agenda items 4 and 6 are the times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. In accordance with the protocols that were adopted on October 6, 2025, if 20 or more speaker cards were received, each speaker's time will be automatically reduced to 2 minutes each. We have received 43 speaker cards. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Madam Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin public statements.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I will call 3 speakers at a time so that you know who you follow. The first 3 speakers, Ben Davis, Dina Chavanek, and Steve Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Ben Davis, president of Piccola Tiny Homes here in Simi Valley. Thank you for your time tonight. Over the last several months, I've spoken to many of you about movable tiny homes as ADUs, not just as a housing concept, but as a practical opportunity for Simi Valley to lead with clarity, compassion, and common sense. Tonight, I'm not here simply to repeat the case. I'm here to help move it forward. In my hand, I have a packet that I will be giving to each of you. It includes a sample ordinance, an application checklist, examples of municipalities that have already approved movable tiny homes, and a letter from the president of the Tiny Home Industry Association. This is not an abstract idea. It is a workable policy path supported by real examples, real processes, and real precedent. I know this council cares deeply about serving the people of Simi Valley. You care about thoughtful planning, public safety, neighborhood character, and making decisions that move the city forward responsibly. This issue speaks directly to all of that. Movable tiny homes are not a shortcut around regulation. They can be clearly regulated, carefully reviewed, and responsibly implemented. What they offer is another housing option for residents looking for practical and dignified solutions. There has already been work done on this issue. Information has been gathered by city staff, examples exist, a framework is available. At this point, the question is not whether there is enough material to begin the conversation. The question is whether we are willing to bring that conversation into public view and give it the consideration it deserves. So tonight, I ask that this be brought forward for discussion as an agenda item. This is exactly the kind of issue that deserves an open conversation about process, policy, and possibility, and about how Simi Valley can make forward progress while preserving what makes this city special. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration.
Good evening. I would like to express my support for allowing STRs to continue to operate in Simi Valley. STRs bring visitors who spend money at local restaurants, grocery stores, and small businesses, adding valuable revenue to our local economy. STRs also support local jobs. Properties like ours rely on plumbers, house, pool cleaners, gardeners, etc. Our STRs helps create consistent work for them. Another benefit is consistent property management. Owners invest in cleaning, landscaping, repairs, and help keep homes in pristine condition, helping to maintain the neighborhood's appearance and property values. I would like to share a personal side. My dad is the homeowner of the STR. He is 87 years old and proudly served our country in the Navy as well as the Ventura County Fire Department. He now lives in assisted living, which is very expensive. He earned too much money to qualify for VA assistance, but not enough to easily cover the rising cost of care. Since his home is paid off, we turned it into a short-term rental in June to help bridge the gap. It doesn't generate a large income, but it does help offset the cost care to maintain some financial stability. We take great pride in how we operate our STR. The home is kept in pristine condition and we maintain very strict rules. We also enforce quiet hours and maintain communication in his quiet hours and no parties, and maintain communication with his neighbors so they can contact us immediately if a situation arises, which we would in turn address immediately. In closing, STRs benefit our city. They help keep homes well-maintained, create jobs for local service providers, and bring visitors to support local businesses. Taking away an income source that helps a 60-year Simi Valley resident while also benefiting the community doesn't feel right. I ask that you consider the people behind this decision and the positive impact it does have on our community. Thank you so much.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Steve Thompson, and I have been a short-term rental host here in Simi Valley for 5 years. During that time, I had extremely strict rules and never had a complaint. In fact, my neighbors compliment me regularly and sometimes rent my home for their extended families. Short-term rentals have been operating in Simi Valley for many years. During that time, there have been virtually no complaints from residents other than the poltergeist house, and absolutely no negative impact on public safety or neighborhood character. A total ban is a very extreme response to a problem that doesn't exist here. There are very reasonable alternatives with the use of regulations that address concerns without eliminating a long-standing and peaceful use of property. Many homeowners rely on the ability to rent their homes or rooms some of the time. A ban will have real financial consequences for residents who have been doing nothing wrong. I am 71 years old, and if there was a ban, I personally would lose my house and be forced to leave Simi Valley. That would be devastating for me. Thank you, and I ask you to consider a balanced approach, regulation instead of ban. Mayor and City Council members, please do not make your decision based on a handful of loud people screaming wolf, because there is absolutely no wolf here. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, Jim Lester, Bevan Abbey, and we have Ben Quion Prisk has a statement that will be read by Paul Saleh.
Honorable members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Jim Lester, and I'm a 22-year resident of Simi Valley, a neighbor, a parent, and a patriotic citizen, just like all of you. I'm here to speak on behalf of the residents of Simi Valley who would like to see "In God We Trust" displayed in our city. As we gather here with just a few short months until July 4th, we stand at the heart of America's semi-quincentennial, the 250th anniversary of our nation's birth. This nationwide celebration calls communities to reflect on our founding ideals, honor the contributions of all Americans, and envision a brighter future. This moment invites us all to participate. The Declaration of Independence invokes God 4 times, anchoring our independence in eternal truths. First, the laws of nature and nature's God. Second, as creator. Third, as supreme judge of the world. And finally, as divine providence. In this semi-quincentennial year, as the nation recommits to our founding principles, let us join cities like Anaheim, Bakersfield, and Fresno by displaying "In God We Trust," our official national motto, prominently in our council chamber and over the entrance to City Hall. This would powerfully echo the spirit of our founding. Last week, I sent all of you an email regarding some of the details for this project, but tonight, I'd like to focus on why the national motto. First, it reminds us of a moral order beyond human invention. Second, it affirms that government is not the source of our rights, but it exists to secure them. If rights came from government rather than God, they could be taken away. They would not be unalienable. Third, it reminds us that there is a judge to whom we all must answer, whether as citizens or elected officials. Fourth, it gives us hope. In this 250-year experiment in self-government under God, we are not alone. We appeal to the same providence our founders invoked. Upholding this motto aligns with the America 250 call to celebrate our heritage, reflect on enduring values, and inspire future generations.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is now up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council. My husband and I have been serving the hospitality community through hosting and co-hosting short-term rentals since 2016. It's been an amazing opportunity to not only keep families in our homes, but to help other people have their homes be either used when they're not there or to help them save their homes when they are not able to afford them without rental income. One of my favorite things about running short-term rentals is providing families with safe, clean, and home-based experiences for their travel. Many people come for celebration, loss, weddings, graduations, and they want to be together as a family. They don't want to stay in a hotel and have to meet at a restaurant in order to spend time together. They want to play games. They want to spend time outside. They don't want to feel like they're trapped in a box. We often ask what our rentals provide for those families, and they say words like relaxing, peace, community, quality. Short-term rental is also now a part of the vernacular of today's culture. Many people do not want to stay in hotels. They want to stay somewhere unique. They look for an opportunity to stay somewhere fun and that matches their personality. We recently went to an Airbnb conference at SoFi Stadium that was all in preparation for the FIFA World Cup. And they were talking about how just in the LA area, there's going to be over $61 million worth of income through people staying in short-term rentals. I also want to echo the fact that we provide job opportunities. We handymen, cleaners, the houses are in pristine condition all the time. And I'd like to also offer a rebuttal for people that say that businesses should be only in business districts. There are many homes in Simi Valley that people have permits to have
I'm
there.
sorry, your time is now up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. My name is Paul Slame. I'm here representing Bingham Quinn Prisk, who is standing here with me. Bingham is a homeowner at 1140 El Monte Drive and the owner of Herbal Therapy Wellness Center here in Simi Valley. Because she's uncomfortable speaking in English, I'm here reading her statement on her behalf. I, Bingham Quinn Prisk, am a lawful permanent resident, and I am deeply invested in the future of Simi Valley. This past December, I purchased a brand new construction home on El Monte Drive, which included an ADU. I'm not an outside investor. I'm a resident and a stakeholder who is personally invested in preserving the long-term character, safety, and quality of my neighborhood. When I purchased my home, my financial plan relied on using my ADU as a rental to supplement my income and responsibly manage my mortgage. To address the city's concern regarding noise and nuisances, I manage my property with the same professional rigor that I apply to my business. My screening process includes I limit occupancy to 2 guests at all times, eliminating the risk of large gatherings. I require government-issued identification from every guest, and I enforce quiet hours beginning at 9 p.m. with a zero-tolerance policy for outdoor noise. As someone who employs people and serves this community throughout my business here in Simi Valley, I ask that the council choose regulation over a total ban. A blanket ban does not distinguish between absentee operators and homeowners who reside at the property and actively manage their rental and maintain strict standards. Please allow responsible homeowners who reside on the property to rent their own unit with this level of care.
Your time is up. Thank you.
No problem.
The next 3 speakers, Anthony Eason, James McGillis, and Alin Eason.
March Madness. My name is Anthony Eason, a resident of Simi Valley. At the end of the last city council meeting, a council member insisted that now they want a survey of the public on short-term rentals. They say they fear that people who support a ban are trying to create a false narrative. Politicians resort to lies and personal attacks when they can't defend their position with facts. The facts are clear. This person has had more than enough time to ascertain public opinion on the subject. This individual from day one has been against a ban of short-term rentals. This person has not fairly considered a ban. If they believe there wasn't enough public opinion to begin with, why did they proceed with a draft ordinance to regulate? How can they claim there isn't enough for a ban? From November 18th, 2024 to March 9th, 2026, if this person truly felt they needed additional public opinion, they had 1 year, 3 months, and 22 days, which is 68 weeks and a day, which would be 477 calendar days to get public opinion. The only public opinion they reluctantly agreed to get after public pressure and advice from the city attorney at the December 15th, 2025 meeting was that of the neighborhood councils. They choose to ignore and not acknowledge those decisions. This motion is being made now because of the resulting decisions of the neighborhood councils and planning commission. Both bodies unanimously rejected the ordinance. They both recommended a citywide ban. For this person to now claim they care about public opinion is a charade. Council members, follow the reliable recommendations you have received from your neighborhood councils and planning commission. Direct staff to drop an ordinance to ban STRs.
Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the City Council and staff, I'm James McGillis, a resident of Simi Valley. At the March 9th, 2026 City Council meeting, Agenda Item 4, 5 community members spoke in favor of a ban on short-term rentals. During the Agenda Item 4A, the time reserved for council members to speak on that subject back to us, no one spoke. During Agenda Item 10B, the time set aside for City Council members to request items to be placed on a future City Council agenda, one council member spoke. In summary, he said, "I fear that we are hearing from a very loud 3 to 10 people framing this in such a way as to create a false narrative. I'd like this survey to be completed by the time the staff report for short-term rentals returns." In 2019, the city of Simi Valley broke with its oral traditions and adopted a code of ethics and conduct designed to ensure public trust, requiring officials to act with integrity, impartiality, and fairness. Members of the public and council members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of council members or the public. At the March 9 meeting, there were several breaches of code of ethics and conduct. First, one council member went out of order, shifting the comments of our public comments back to Item 10B, impugning the motives and veracity of 3 to 10 unnamed people. Second, regarding the desire for a public survey, the same council member failed to make an actual motion. The motion was not restated to the public, thus precipitating an unknown staff action regarding a secretive survey. There is no council discussion on that subject. On the non-motion, there was no vote on the non-motion. By verbally criticizing 3 to 10 unnamed members of the public during Item 10B rather than 4A, that council member opened a new hearing regarding short-term rentals. When the public was not allowed to comment, that new hearing violated California's open meeting law known as the Brown Act. The City Council has vacated its 2019 Code of Ethics Conduct and has reverted to its old to oral traditions. This council needs to reassert its own rules, Robert's Rules of Order or Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Without enactment, we will not have.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, I'm Alyn Eason. I'm concerned that despite a clear, unanimous no to legalizing and regulating short-term rentals from all the neighborhood councils and the Planning Commission, at least 2 members of this council continue to propagate a false narrative, perhaps a desperate one, that there is no clear message from our city and its residents. While informing and educating Simi residents about short-term rentals, we circulated petitions at various community events and neighborhoods. There were over 430 residents who signed to ban STRs. They all said no to legalizing and regulating. When people say no, it actually means no. Unfortunately, several members of this council do not appear to understand the meaning of no, or they refuse to accept a decision that does not align with their personal view or position. At least 2 members of this council were totally indifferent to surveying and hearing from the residents of Simi, something I suggested in my council address on December 1st, 2025. But now they're frantically seeking a way to justify forcing their views on the community, which has rejected their ideas in every vote allowed so far. If you actually want to hear the public what they want, this council should put STRs directly on the ballot in November. On your websites, one of you describes yourself as being trusted, transparent, selfless, and putting the needs of people first. Really? Another council member says they represent fairness to residents and taxpayers. A third says they are all in for improving people's quality of life in Simi. And a fourth member says they will be doing the work, doing what's right, and doing it with heart. Do these phrases sound familiar to any of you? It is time for each of you to live up to your stated values. As I said before, just say no to SDRs.
Thank you. Your time is up.
The 10th speaker is Rosa Gomez.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Rosa Gomez. I'm resident from Simi Valley. I'm Airbnb cleaner, and this is an income to my family and helps me to drop off my kids to school and go and do my job and pick them up. And as an Airbnb cleaner, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I noticed that they don't cook. They stay there and everything is nice. Everything is good. So and they don't cook. The oven and the stove is clean. What that means that they're going eat outside, and that helps our community to create a Simi Valley economy. So and this helped me a lot with in my income. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will continue public hearings after the public statements after the public hearing. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the office of the City Clerk. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be
Madam
made
City
part of the
Clerk?
record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening.
Madam City Clerk, we skipped item 4A, the council member response.
We were going to
Are we waiting until after 6A?
we're going to continue to 6A.
Okay.
Yes. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public testimony, item 5, for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Item 5A, a public hearing to consider adoption
Madam
of a
Clerk,
resolution.
let me recuse myself before we go any further.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing, item 5A. A public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority to finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of multifamily rental housing project located at 2267 and 2295 Tapo Street, Simi Valley, California. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2026-06, the resolution approving the issuance of exempt facility bonds for a qualified residential rental project by the authority for the purpose of financing or refinancing the acquisition, rehabilitation, and improvement of certain facilities for the benefit of Simi Valley Pacific Associates 2 LP, and Assistant to the City Manager Angel Sierra is presenting this item.
Thank you. Before we begin, are there any ex parte communications to report? Thank you. Staff may begin with the oral report on this matter.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Litster and members of the City Council. We are here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. Pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. In accordance with those requirements, the city published a notice of public hearing in the Ventura County Star on March 11, 2026. Tonight for your consideration is Resolution 2026-06, a request to approve the issuance of revenue bonds by California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA. The city joined the CMFA in March 2014 through adoption of Resolution number 2014-11 to support economic, cultural, and community development through access to bond financing programs. On June 25, 2025, the city received a planned development permit application from AMG and Associates LLC on behalf of Simi Valley Pacific Associates for a proposed 240-unit affordable housing project located at 2267 and 2295 Tapo Street. The applicant has asked that CMFA be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in the amount not to exceed $60 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of a multifamily rental housing project. The action before the City Council tonight is to conduct the required public hearing and consider adoption of a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by CMFA. This action is solely for TEFRA compliance and does not constitute approval of the project itself, which will still be subject to the city's standard review and approval process. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligation or responsibilities regarding the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and the bank. This concludes staff report, and I'm available for any questions, as are members of the CMFA and the applicant team.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff from City Council members? And I don't have the buttons that she does, so please feel free to speak up. Oh, yes, Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you for the report. I just want you to clarify for everyone, because when we hear bond, sometimes we think we're going to have to pay it back. So can you clarify who's issuing the bond and who is responsible for then paying the bond?
So this, and I would welcome CMFA if they'd like to contribute to this response. Jared? But the CMFA will be the issuer of the bond and, the responsible party for ensuring that that bond gets paid.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jared Suzuki with the California Municipal Finance Authority. We are the bond issuer on this transaction, and as Angel stated correctly, the developer of the project will be responsible for the repayment of the bonds. The city has no legal or financial obligation or responsibility regarding the repayment of the debt.
And then in the report, it talks about the city receiving some money from this. How do we receive money back?
So that's part of the fee schedules that CMFA has. They indicate that the CMFA shares 25% of all issuance fees, and so that's based on whatever the issue amount is. So right now it's an approximation that could change.
That's exactly correct. As part of our closing fees, and since the city of Simi Valley is a member of our JPA, we share 25% of the issuance fees with the city, and it's currently an approximation. But it'll be finalized once we get closer to closing on the bonds.
Okay, and then the last thing is just to clarify that tonight, we're just approving the bond issuance, nothing to do with the project.
That's correct. This is solely regarding the financing of the issuing of the tax-exempt bonds. That's correct.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Jared, thank you for being here. It actually lends this. What qualifies this project for TEFRA versus anybody that wants to build a building in Simi Valley?
So for this type of affordable housing project, there is an extensive application process where the developer applies for tax-exempt bond allocation from the state, as well as an award of 4% tax credits. This organization is called CIDLAC, the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. On its committee sits representatives of the state treasurer, governor, and controller. So this is a highly competitive process. And this project was deemed high enough to win an award. And this, continuing on this process, is going through the city and holding a TEFRA hearing.
Thank you. And this project is basically in the running at all is because of the affordable component of the project.
Correct. Correct.
So has this developer done other projects in the city?
In Simi Valley,
Or perhaps
yes. Yes.
Yeah. It's my understanding that in that project, they took several allowances for density bonuses and affordability.
I don't have the information in front of me.
The developer is here to speak if...
That developer didn't want to speak the last time that they were here presenting a project, so, that'd be great.
Well, and as a reminder, we're not approving the project tonight, just the financing.
I'm just trying to understand how we're getting to the loan. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Amanda Locke with AMG and Associates. So your question was about the affordability levels of the project, is that right?
Well, is that you're in the qualification process for TEFRA because you have affordability and you're taking advantage of that and have taken advantage of the density bonuses in the
Correct,
past?
yeah. It's 100% affordable, so that grants us use of TEFRA and the allowances you speak of.
Excellent. If there was a way, I would be against the city participating in the issuance of these bonds for this project. Not for the bonds in general, because we need affordable housing. We have a track record, unfortunately, with this particular developer creating a project that didn't participate in collaboration with the city, and we ended up with one that I hear of every single day that I am on council. Why did I let that happen? And the answer is, we can't say no. So the project itself can go forward. I'm not sure why we would want to participate in getting cheaper money for the developer to do that. I've also been advised that we probably can't say no because a lawsuit would come out and then we would end up having to say yes again. So I just wanted it to be out there on the record that we're doing our best to look out for Simi Valley. And with that, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, appreciate it. I actually have one, just to take it back to the effect for the city. Does this passage of this bond, does it in any way affect our bonding limits or personal bonding authority? Does it count towards what, for instance, if the city wanted to go out and seek a bond, does this count towards it? Because obviously there's a total that city can
I don't believe it does. I can certainly get back to you on that, but as far as I'm concerned, or my knowledge, I don't believe it'll affect our ability to.
I would tend to agree with Mr. Sierra because this isn't a bond that the city would be responsible for repaying, but we can, of course, confirm that.
Okay, well, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Ayala.
I know that we cannot not approve the project itself, but if we do not approve the bond, what happens?
The project could still go forward, it just wouldn't have tax-exempt bonds attached to it. So the developer would have to actually proceed with the project just without the tax-exempt bonds.
And I just want to clarify that what you're approving is the issuance of the tax-exempt status, right? So that is the focus, and the idea behind it all is that
tax exempt status results in the loss of revenue for the federal government. And rather than the federal government making that determination because it's going to have some local benefit, they've decided that the local entity should have some sort of say and ensure that there's some kind of public benefit to the local entity, which is why they have this hearing under the IRC code. So really what you're doing is ensuring, as part of any findings you would make, and if you decided to deny it, you would have to make some kind of finding that it wouldn't have a public benefit, which, given the fact that they mentioned affordable housing, would seem problematic to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm willing to make a motion.
We're not quite there yet. Sorry. At this time, I'd like to open the hearing for anyone in the city council chambers wishing to be heard on this matter. Do we have any public statements?
Madam Pro Tem, yes. We do have one public speaker, James Greenfield.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Rhodes, for your comments, and obviously you know my feelings. This should be a no. This should be a no to high-density housing. We don't need that in our community. That's not the kind of community we have, nor do we need the SDRs. We need to not encourage bad projects, and we've seen what this developer has done, and we need to not bypass planning and approval and legislate away local control when they can bypass planning and push their high-density projects on us, and we have no control over. We need to say no to this, and with all due respect, developer, go find another community to exploit and destroy. These kind of projects do not belong in Simi Valley. It's what makes Simi Valley a place that we want to live and not a place to flee. And so we need to protect our community, and we're counting on you to do that. So thank you, Council.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, that was the only public testimony.
Thank you. Does staff desire to respond to the speaker? Okay.
No response.
Thank you. The hearing is now closed unless there are further questions or comments. So I can now entertain a motion.
All right. While I emphasize with the speaker's comment, I've been to this rodeo before, and it costs our city money. I move that the City Council adopt Resolution Number 26-06, approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million for the benefit of Simi Valley Pacific Associates 2 LP to provide for the financing or refinancing of the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of the Tapo Street Apartments.
Is there a second? I will second it then. So it's been moved and seconded. Call for a vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Ayala voting no and Mayor Kavanaugh recused.
Thank you. We can proceed to the next item and invite Mayor Kavanaugh back.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, public statements. During this agenda item 6, the council will hear public statements from persons who have previously submitted speaker cards and did not speak under agenda item 4. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 6 for no more than 2 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Again, I will call 3 speakers at a time so you know who you follow. Jay's Mystery, Richard Holloman, and Ellen Schned.
Good evening, council members. My name is James Mystery. I also live and have been residing in Simi Valley for plus 25 years. My girls grew up here, and we love living in Simi Valley. I accidentally came to own an ADU, which I built for my father. Unfortunately, due to COVID, he decided not to live there and not to move. So the property sat there empty. In the meantime, my girls decided, Dad, why don't you turn this into a rental? Too many horror stories. So we decided against the idea. So my daughter, she said, Dad, how about Airbnb, STRs? I said, you know what? I don't even know what one is. So just during COVID, she decided to take it upon herself to turn this property into an STR. And I was thinking to myself, who wants to come and visit Simi Valley? Apart from the Reagan Library and the beautiful areas, as you can see, I thought there's no opportunity for anyone to come and visit. But unbehold, there's people that reside in Simi Valley who've moved out, and they come back to visit their family and friends. And I was very surprised, because every weekend we'd have people coming from all across the country, and they would stay in our STR. And I made so many friends across the USA, including the world, from Russia, from Japan, and they're bringing their kids here to go to school at schools in Thousand Oaks and other areas. So slowly but surely, I built a community within my STR that people come to stay to bring their kids. Now, one fundamental reason I'm here is to support my STR family who are also concerned.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, your 2 minutes are up. It goes very fast, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Holloman. Ellen Schned. The next three speakers, Robert Lickens, Matthew Abbey, and Martin Erickson.
Hi, good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Robert Likens. I've hosted Airbnb STR for 5 years. It's second, I guess, an ADU on my property. I have this chat GPT that we put together, but all these guys have spoken so well, and it's just duplicating some of the stuff. So I'm just gonna say what cool things we've been able to do STR. One of the big things I think a lot of people don't want STRs is because we're taking a house away from potentially somebody else buying that house. Well, that's not, a lot of the scenario isn't that. You know, we share our home when we're not there. We share the extra house to people that are visiting for baseball leagues, little league, softball. We do all kinds of hosting events, Bible studies, CLU come over. Instead of staying at a hotel, they get to have their whole family reunion at our place. Just really cool stuff that we get to do. We have housekeepers and landscapers that we couldn't afford to have, but we can because we have a little bit of revenue from the STR. That's a pretty cool thing we do, and it just makes our house welcome to a lot of other people that get to come and visit. So,
Thank you.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Matthew Abbey, and I'm here to express my support for short-term rentals. I've served and supported the people of Simi Valley for 23 years, teaching at Simi Valley High School and Santa Susana High School. Now I'm looking for Simi Valley to support me by supporting short-term rentals. I no longer teach, but instead run short-term rentals for owners here as my sole source of income, and it's significantly changed my life for the better. I've been running short-term rentals for 10 years now. I think data is important when it comes to decisions that affect people for decades to come. I have over 2,000 reviews to support short-term rentals, and they're all publicly verifiable. I've hosted over 12,000 people. I've hosted approximately 20,000 nights, and I've only ever had one issue on one night. And in 45 minutes, the problem was resolved, so these issues are not widespread. I have an owner who needs short-term rental income to keep his house. The family built the home 100 years ago with California's new step-up in basis on a home that's passed down through inheritance. He now owes $40,000 a year just to pay his property taxes. So renting short-term is the only feasible way that he can keep that in the family. I've helped another Simi Valley family keep their home for a year when they had to leave the area for work, but needed to return once every 4 weeks. Taking a long-term tenant would not allow for the flexibility to do this, as the home would be occupied full-time, and they needed the income to support them when they were out of the area. I'm available to you all, the city, anytime, because this is what I do full-time, is take care of the people of this community, as I have done my entire career. The rules that you guys have already put in place that are out there are they make a lot of sense. Get a permit. Occupancy limits of 2 people per bedroom plus 2. Quiet hours that are tighter than the actual quiet hours of 9 to 8. No events. And then there's a lot of income too that you guys can take in as well, just by setting up directly with Airbnb VRBO to have the tot sent directly to the city, amongst some other things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, Mayor Pro Tem Lister, and City Manager Argabright. My name is Martin Erickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and it's an honor to be back here, the city of Simi Valley. I'm here for a dual purpose tonight. The first is to share with you, relatively hot off the presses and hopefully in front of you now, our annual Community Impact Report for the Transportation Commission. I also have left copies in the front. VCTC, as many of you know, is the county's Transportation Commission. I report to a board of 17 members, which include the 5 county supervisors and a mayor or council member from each of the 10 cities, and also 2 public members. City of Simi Valley has been ably represented by Council Member Mike Judge for many years, and I want to personally thank him for serving as our chair last year, which was a banner year for VCTC, not only in terms of the grants we received, but for the services we continue to provide for all of Ventura County's residents, which include our Youth Ride Free program, our College Ride program. Both those programs allow any college student and any youth in Ventura County to ride any transit bus for free. Councilmember Judge also serves as the chair of the Transportation Committee for the Southern California Association of Governments, representing VCTC. SCAG is our MPO, that stands for our Metropolitan Planning Organization, and it represents the 6 counties to our south, over 20 million people, or nearly 20 million people. So it's a key partnership we have for regional transportation planning and many of the critical grants we get, and I want to thank him for his service as chair and continued service on the commission. Again, we're honored to be here and continue the great partnership we have with you, your staff, and your entire council.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Heather Moss, Sarah Wiksowski, and Linda Bosley.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Moss, longtime Simi Valley resident and member of the business community. After a year and a half of city discussion and over 7 months of multi-level review on the issue of short-term rentals, Simi Valley's 4 neighborhood councils and the city's planning commission overwhelmingly voted to recommend a ban on STRs. Short-term rentals threaten the stability of our neighborhoods and are detrimental to our city. Simi's slippery STR umbrella has reached a scale and density worse than anticipated or previously discussed here. About a mile from here, a modest 1960s single-story, single-family home and its entire lot now operates as a 6 to 7 unit Airbnb for up to 24 transient lodgers daily. The various units were carved out through piecemeal, largely unpermitted modifications, now with a half dozen kitchens, numerous bathrooms, multiple laundry areas, deliberately contrary to a lawful single-family home. The property was altered without all required city building or safety permits, yet is openly advertising and booking through Airbnb and Vrbo, with no inspections and no code compliance verification, packing in lodgers far beyond what is lawful or safe. It's the new breed of unregulated short-term rental slumlords right here in our city. This is the extreme greed some STR operators pursue, turning homes into high-density, multi-unit short-term rentals for quick profit and blatant density abuse, with a constant stream of non-resident transient lodgers. These are not mom and pops renting out a room for a few nights a month to make ends meet. Most are investor-owned properties charging inflated nightly rates. Whether carved up or whole, the home is a full-time transient lodging business on a single-family zone residential street. They don't belong here. Please vote to ban short-term residential rentals citywide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, City Council, City staff. My name is Sarah Wilczewski, and I'm going to invite anyone who hasn't already joined us up here, who has a poster, to come join us. What you see behind me is a memorial to everyone who was killed by ICE in 2025. So there were 31 people, not including Jaime Alanis Garcia and others who died outside of detention centers. I spent many hours over 3 heartbreaking days researching the stories of each person shown here. And many of them did not have much information outside of their death. Each person represented here lived a life, had family, friends, neighbors, coworkers who honor their memory, and each person up here deserves their story told. I'm also going to read the names of the 13 people who have been killed so far in 2026. I apologize for any mispronunciations. I'm doing my best. Royer Perez Jimenez, Mohammed Nazir Paktawal, Pejman Karnechas Najafat Badi, Emmanuel Clifford Damas, Alberto Gutierrez Reyes, Jairo Garcia Hernandez, Lorth Sim, Alex Preddy, Herbert Sanchez Dominguez, Victor Manuel Diaz, Renee Nicole Good, Parade La, Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz, Luis Gustavo Nunez Careces, Geraldo Lunas Campos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Bosley. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of the coalition made up of residents, management, and owners of Villa del Arroyo Mobile Home Park, as well as local business owners on West Los Angeles Avenue. Our coalition deeply appreciates the city's actions in early January to clean up the homeless encampments adjacent to our homes and businesses. I would like to update the City Council on happenings since the cleanup. Sergeant Johnson attended our homeowners meeting on January 27. He explained that Simi Police and Sheriff's Department will visit the former encampment sites regularly. The no trespass order will be enforced if individuals return to the site. As of March 4, a small group of residents from Villa del Arroyo walked approximately 3 miles of the former homeless encampments. We did not see anyone living there. However, we did encounter an individual named Connie on the banks of the Arroyo. Connie explained to us that she is there doing her laundry and bathing. She said she visits the area every day. Connie stated that she now lives with a large group of the former residents of the encampment outside of the Oak Park County Park area. During our walk, we observed a lot of debris on the banks of the arroyo, as well as utility and shopping carts and recent tracks from bicycles and carts. As we walked along Los Angeles Avenue, we observed appliances and other trash dumped on city property a few feet from the sidewalk near the no dumping signs that are posted. Our coalition would like to ask the city about the possibility of putting fencing along the sidewalk from city limit sign to the first business at 900 West Los Angeles Avenue to prevent dumping of trash and hazardous items. It would also act as a deterrent.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
We'll have the city you can reach out to the city manager's office.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers, Gregory Gonzalez, Michael Shaw, and James Greenfield.
Good evening, Your Honor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gregory Gonzalez. I've been a Simi Valley resident for 50 years, or more than 50 years. In the past 5 or 6 years, my wife and I have run an Airbnb out of a guest house on our property. We've had over 250 guests that we have yet to have a single negative incident. Our guests are respectful, responsible people like you and I. They're here visiting grandchildren, attending graduations, weddings, nothing out of the ordinary, regular people doing regular things, and invariably they utilize or patronize our businesses, our restaurants and so forth. And to my knowledge, there's been no meaningful issues tied to short-term rentals here in Simi, not even at the so-called poltergeist house. I suppose a rogue element is possible anywhere under any circumstances, but we have yet to experience that, and so has this city. So the question becomes, are we creating new restrictions based on real problems or on hypothetical concerns? For many of us, hosting isn't just extra income. I mean, we wouldn't share our home with strangers for no reason if we didn't think there was a possibility for needing more funds in the future. Without it, some of the longtime residents may be forced to leave California, and we all know people who have left California for financial reasons. For me, that would mean leaving my 90-year-old father, a couple of dozen nieces and nephews, 7 siblings and so forth, and a great-great-nephew who's gonna be born any minute. I grew up here, I served in the Air Force, I came out, me and my wife bought our first home, and we bought our second home. We raised all 4 of our children here. It would be a shame for us to be forced out for non-existent reasons. We are not asking for special treatment. Please don't take this away from us. Do not punish responsible residents for problems that don't exist or for what actually are imaginary crimes. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, all. How are we today? Some exciting times. We have a new bicycle master plan. That was an accomplishment. We did something. Also, you know, this last Saturday, speaking as my Yes Advisory Board, we had a great job fair over at the library. If you missed it, too bad, but it was good. And also, you know, we're still looking for neighborhood council for anybody behind me. We need everybody to be involved and come down here and participate, just like we're all doing tonight. So that's great to see. Next month, you know, we're gonna have a Roundup Festival. A lot of good things happening. We got our film festival coming in September. But what I wanted to talk about mostly, remember I gave you guys this book? Okay, well, I did it for a reason. What was it? 3-4 weeks, we heard all these brave young kids come up here and testify about the racism in our city schools. And it was heartbreaking to listen to that testimony. And what I'm asking this council to do now is Let's do something about it. Let's maybe put it on the agenda to find out, are we going to put together a commission? We have to address it. So that's what my ask is for tonight, is that we don't sweep it under the carpet. We do give it the serious attention it deserves. We don't need to see any more kids beat up. We don't need to hear about all the horrible things that are involved with what goes on with racism. All we need to do is have the political will to do something. Thanks, you guys.
Good evening again, Council. Couple things. STRs. I know I don't like living next to one, and I don't like to have to fight for parking in my residential neighborhood and see it converted residential property into commercial properties. We have zoning, and those things belong where they belong. And possibly encourage a developer to build a hotel. We've got some appropriate places for them. Disappointed on your vote. Quite discouraging. What I really wanted to talk about was we're approaching our 250-year anniversary for our country. And we've seen over the last 75 years an effort to remove God from the public square, much to our detriment. And it is time to reset our foundational cornerstones for our republic so we can make it another 250 years. And I would encourage a discussion item for the placement of our national motto in here, "In God We Trust." It'd be appropriate to have the 10 Commandments displayed as in the past, and consider opening meetings with prayer, just as the U.S. Senate and Congress does for every session. So this would be fitting as our president has plans to rededicate our nation at the 250-year celebration to one nation under God. So I hope you consider a discussion item for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers, Ruth Mon, Carla, and Todd Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Mon. I'm a law student and a lifelong Simi Valley resident. Being a law student this last year has left me at a loss for words. Seeing law enforcement running around the streets in my very own hometown, but all over the country, and acting in manners that are not according to the law has been very disheartening to me, as I don't feel like I can do anything about it, at least not yet. I've been trying my best. The last 2 weeks in Simi Valley have been hard. ICE has been running around the streets with impunity, terrorizing the citizens. 2 weeks ago, in a residential neighborhood, ICE officers rammed into a vehicle of a well-known activist named Leo Martinez, and it was the second time that they had targeted him specifically. Now, I don't know about you, but that's terrifying to me. Additionally, last week, 2 United States citizen children were taken on their way to Burlwood Elementary with their mother. No parent should be afraid to take their child to school in the morning. No one. The Simi Valley City Council needs to stand up and protect all of its citizens from ICE terrorizing all of us. No one wants to go missing. Nobody wants to see, and no teacher wants to look out in the morning and see little chairs with nobody in them. I implore you to stand up, and I implore the Simi Valley Police Department to do better and stop colluding with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear America, our administration has failed. They passed laws against our people, took away our rights and our freedom, and still expect to be hailed? Chalice. Dear America, you and your administration caused fear through separation instead of building trust with our people. Do you all prefer this racial tension? Oppressed. I live my life in frustration. You make the connections. I speak for the victims that pay for this scam. Together we stand, we demand our respect. We want our dignity back. Our roots run deep in this country. Now that's a true fact. Dear Americans, you might be asking yourself, what's the whole point of repeating these facts? Well, I am here to let you know we want to feel safe, whether we're brown, Asian, or black. We don't want your jobs. We don't want your money. We're here to work hard, pay taxes, and study. The fight has begun. You all can try to justify your actions, try to make excuses. Do not consider this a threat. Our intentions are to continue making this country great. It's time to begin standing up for what's right. Criminalizing children, separating families, our national security, does this make it all right? We have been here for almost a year, demanding transparency and accountability for the atrocities committed in our city. As the speaker before me mentioned, now masked men are preventing children from accessing their education, and children are disappearing from our streets, your streets. If you haven't done so already, please contact the Simi School District and request clarification on what steps are being taken to keep children and families safe from unidentified individuals, and especially of guns. Let's not forget they all carry guns, and we don't even know who they are. And now they're snatching kids off the streets. How many people must disappear? How many people must die? We are tired of being here. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Please respect it, otherwise we'll have to clear the room again. I don't want to have to do that. Thank you. No comments. Thank you. Next up.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. My name is Todd Taylor. I've been a Simi Valley resident for over 16 years, homeowner for 13, and a small business owner. There's been a narrative that STRs lead to parties, noise, and disruption, but that ignores how platforms like Airbnb actually operate today. These platforms actively prevent bad behavior. They require identity verification, track guest and host behavior through reviews, and remove users and hosts who violate rules. There's real accountability on both sides. They also use technology to flag and block high-risk reservations, such as one-night local bookings that are commonly associated with parties, and provide a 24/7 neighborhood support line to respond to concerns immediately. The system is already regulating itself, and it's doing so effectively. At most, we're talking about a very small number of problem cases, not a widespread issue. Simi Valley already has noise ordinances, parking enforcement, and nuisance laws in place. These laws apply equally to everyone, whether it's a short-term rental, long-term tenant, or a homeowner hosting a party. We also have a great police department that is highly responsive. Personally, I've been hosting on Airbnb platform for over 8 years. During that time, I've hosted approximately 300 guests and received 243 reviews with an average 5.0 average rating. In my experience, short-term rental guests are not typical party groups. These are families visiting loved ones, professionals traveling for work, people visiting local attractions like the Reagan Library, and individuals who need something more flexible and comfortable than a hotel. There's also financial reality that should not be overlooked. For many homeowners, this income helps offset rising costs, mortgages, insurance, utilities, and unexpected expenses. In my case, it has provided financial flexibility to help fund vacations. For many, it can be the difference between staying in their home or being forced to sell. Don't regulate what isn't broken. Enforce the laws we already have and hold the bad actors accountable. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Aaliyah Ewing, Dale Steineck, and Corinne Lightfoot.
I have spoken to you guys many times about ICE kidnapping people in Simi Valley, but I'm coming to you today to implore to your humanity. Do you not feel like you're monsters for allowing ICE to take children off of our streets on their way to getting an education? Elementary-age children. A middle school child was just taken from Moore Park in the past couple of days. 3 children in 1 week. Volunteers last week the week before that, were being physically abused and illegally arrested and detained by ICE agents outside of their jurisdiction. The 2 children taken from on their way to Barrelwood Elementary last week were citizens. Not that that should matter, because we are people fucking first, okay? Oh my God, not the gasp. Gasping at me cursing, but not gasping at the children being taken is insane. Shame. You should be ashamed. What if that was your child, your grandchild, sorry, I should say, because your guy's a little old. But, you know, elections are coming up. And you guys really want to be known to your kids, to your grandkids, as the racist white people held in a position of power, allowing children to get snatched up off the street because their hair color is different, because their skin color is different, because they have a little bit more melanin? What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you care about anything other than yourself? For the love of God, Mike Judge can't even look up. He's probably on fucking Facebook right now. What the hell, man? Oh, thank you, finally, for the attention. I appreciate it. Y'all take our tax dollars to do nothing for our city. No offense, but this STR conversation has also been going on for a year, and I'm fucking tired of hearing about it. I am. What the hell? Kids are getting snatched up, and you guys are out here wasting time talking about short-term rental units? Shame. If that was your child taken, how would you feel? Just remember that parents will do anything for their children. And I mean anything.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I gotta see me.
Thank you.
It is my turn. Hello, Mayor, Simi Valley Council. My name is Dale Steinick. The packets before you explain what my company, Ultimate Locations, can do for Simi Valley residents and business owners in having their properties used as TV and film locations. The film industry works very quickly in making decisions. Although the Chamber of Commerce has a lot of responsibilities and serve a purpose, Simi Valley really needs an actual film commission dedicated to just filming, whether marketing or answering phones or answering questions, basically knowing Simi Valley inside and out, locations already listed as locations with listing agreements in place. I've said before, I want the whole pie, not just a piece of the pie. When a production company comes to Simi Valley should not be satisfied with just one location being utilized. Simi Valley should want to fill 100% of the production company's location needs. Homes, businesses, schools, churches, even empty buildings that once were stores full of shoppers and now left empty, as are the empty stores on LA Avenue by the B of A. Those spaces can be used as sound stages. I have been negotiating filming contracts since 1994. I wrote the book, My House is a Great Location, located in this library in Simi. I know many, many location managers in the Union 399 for years. Simi Valley needs a dedicated film commission for marketing and information for them as well as others in dealing with just filming. I am knowledgeable of the process and the sequence of the decision-making process. Simi Valley Film Commission, 100% of the time and no less. My packet explains much of the process. Questions? Call me, text me, email me. I live here. Film Simi Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Corrine Lightfoot. I am a resident of Simi Valley, and my story sounds very familiar to what we've been hearing about tonight. I'd like to speak about the positive impact of our experience in hosting short-term rental property. An opportunity to work as a Simi Valley senior city planner brought my dad, Jim Lightfoot, and our family to Simi Valley in 1984, and this has been home ever since. My brother and I are now tasked with the responsibility of maintaining and caring the home our parents bought while our mom is in a care facility. Offering our home as a short-term rental has allowed us to afford the maintenance and upkeep needed for that house. We have been amazed at how many people need a temporary home in Simi Valley. In the 9 months we operated last year, we had 220 nights of occupancy. The majority of our guests have been visiting family in the area, weddings, graduations, as said before, visiting the Reagan Library, and working temporarily in the area. We've had no noise complaints or parking complaints from our neighbors, and our guests have followed the extensive house rules, which include a cap on numbers for guests, types of gatherings, and quiet hours. We feel confident in using the screening process that's available to us through the Airbnb platform. Allowing short-term rentals to continue operating in Simi Valley will continue to introduce guests to our fabulous city, bring families together, and for our family, provide an income source to maintain that beautiful home and care for our mom. It'll also allow us to keep our family as residents here in Simi Valley for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers, Nathan Evanson, Gary Hartman, and Juliana Kaizo.
Hello, I'm Nathan Evanson. I emailed you all back in November, and I think I spoke here in December. But I'm here with all the other homeowners here in Simi in support of short-term rentals. I also do Airbnb with my pool house. It's a huge benefit for my family. It allows us to stay here in Simi. The way that I see that it benefits Simi, we get people from all over the world, all over the United States. If you understand the Airbnb tourist, they're not going to stay in a hotel. They're looking for a unique experience, one like we give. We have over 500 five-star reviews here in Simi. And our guests, they didn't come here for Simi. They came here for the experience, but then they fall in love with the city. And I get repeat guests who come over and over again. They spend money in the restaurants, nail salons, dry cleaners, just like the lady was speaking earlier. Most of my guests never even use the kitchen. They're out there spending money. They're exploring. They're falling in love with Simi Valley. Unlike some of the hosts, I want to be regulated. I want to pay you $1,500, $2,000 a year for an annual permit. I want to be regulated so that the bad ones are not here in the city, that the good ones, those of us who live on our property and make sure that guests are acting responsibly. We ask all of our guests, act like a neighbor. You're in a neighborhood. And we've never had one noise complaint. We live on a cul-de-sac. Anyways, I would encourage you to maybe look at approving where the host lives on the property. Approve those type of property, regulations. And don't allow people who have LLCs to buy properties.
Thank you. Your time is now
Okay,
up.
thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I'll get right into this. I know I only have 1 minute, 59 seconds. Good evening. My name is Gary Hartman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight and share my experience with short-term rentals here in Simi Valley. My family moved to Simi Valley in 1969 when it was a small, quiet town of about 57,000 people. Just a handful of stoplights and a wonderful place to grow up. I've been proud to call this community home ever since. After my parents passed away many years ago, I decided to rent out our family home as a long-term rental. Unfortunately, that experience was extremely difficult, broken leases, lost rent, costly repairs, repeated late-night calls from neighbors about disturbances and police activity. After 9 years, I made the difficult decision to sell the home. I share this because long-term rentals are not always the stable, problem-free solution they often are assumed to be. Later, due to health reasons, I needed to find a way to step back from full-time work and transition into retirement. I decided to explore short-term rentals and came here to the City Hall to make sure I followed all the rules. I spoke with multiple departments and I was told there was no paperwork required. When I asked for a supervisor, I was told, "It's your home, you can do what you want." With that understanding, I invested a year of my time and thousands of dollars improving my home to create a high-quality, welcoming space for guests. Today, I'm a 5-time Airbnb superhost and consistent five-star reviews. I take great pride in maintaining a clean, safe, and beautiful home with the help of a dedicated cleaning team. Over time, I've learned that many travelers prefer short-term rentals Over hotels that my guests come from all over the world, my family, weddings, youth sports tournaments, business trips, reunions, and yes, visits to the Ronald Reagan Library. These are families and groups who want to stay together in a home, not be separated in hotel rooms. I'd like to share some of the few brief comments from my guests. We have a fabulous time with my parents who flew in from Germany and our 3 kids. Gary's place was amazing. We felt right at home instantly. Our stay was amazing. We would recommend Gary to anyone traveling to the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juliana. I am a Simi Valley resident, born and raised my entire life. I just wanted to give a shout out to Councilmember Judge and remind everybody about his Facebook posts from the 2020 protests over racist police murders. And he said that the protesters should be sprayed with sewage. So, and then he doxed a teenage black girl on his Facebook. So you cannot be trusted to ensure the safety of young people of color in this city. And frankly, the rest of you are kind of on thin ice because you just stand by. And we don't forget the people of color, the young people of this city. We are not ignorant and we are not oblivious, and we have to go along to get along sometimes. The detention facilities where they are taking the youth of Simi Valley, children from our schools. These detention facilities are rife with sexual abuse. They are feeding them moldy food. They are denying them medical care. There was a suicidal 13-year-old girl who committed self-harm, and they gave her sleeping pills and deported her to Colombia. End of story. That's what they did. So that's what you're allowing to happen in Simi Valley. And these are community members. I want to be in a community with Latinos, grandmothers, hardworking gardeners, and not fascists with guns and masks. Thank you. Oh, and if anybody wants ice whistles for your friends and
Sorry,
family.
your time is up. Thank you.
The next 3 speaker cards, Austin, Asel, Chris, and I have one card that has Karen and Scott on one card.
Hi, my name is Austin, and I operate a professional property management company managing homes across Southern California. I understand why residents have concerns around short-term rentals. Those concerns are valid, like noise and parking and bad actors can absolutely impact neighborhoods. From my experience, those issues are typically tied to inexperienced or poorly managed operations, not professional managed homes with clear standards and accountability. I think this is important to recognize that we're still early in the process, and it's critical that the city hears a broad range of perspectives as we move forward. There's also a significant number of homes currently sitting available on the market, which shows that it's a more nuanced issue than just short-term rentals. This is an opportunity to put a framework in place that allows responsible operators while directly addressing the concerns being raised. The goal shouldn't be eliminating short-term rentals. It should be eliminating bad operators. This also impacts local homeowners and small operators, not large corporations. And many of the guests we serve are people in transition, like families displaced by insurance claims. Or remember when all those fires happened in Pasadena and in Malibu. I had clients from that. So I'd like to encourage the council to focus on a clear, enforceable standard and practices put in place that make an already awesome industry better instead of cutting it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're harmless. Are you Chris?
Pull your phone up, right? Good.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, and members of the City Council and our city manager. My name is
Karen Hoyle.
Karen lives here in Simi Valley, and I'd like to invite you to the Kiwanis Club Simi Valley Roundup at the Country Music Festival, Saturday, April 18th. We're excited to bring this event to the community, great with country music dancing and fun for everyone. We are excited to share that this year, this lady has proposed 25% of the proceeds to be donated to the Simi Valley YMCA. Wow! The capital expansion project, we believe, is an important investment to the city's future. We hope we'll see you and come out and join us. Oh, and we're also looking for volunteers. For tickets information, please sign up and go to theroundupsimi.com. And lastly, thank you again to the City of Simi Valley supporting us through this special event grant. And sponsors. Yes, you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I called a speaker, Chris. Is that?
Last year, when Leo Martinez was T-boned by an ICE vehicle in Oxnard, I warned you all that it was only a matter of time before this type of unjust violence came to our streets. Now, 2 weeks ago, we had an attempted ICE raid here in Simi Valley. When Martinez showed up to the scene, he was immediately tear gassed, ripped out of his vehicle, and violently detained by ICE agents. He was later released from the hospital the same day without any charges. Another community member had her car rammed into by an ICE vehicle. On par, they blamed her for the collision and then confiscated her cell phone for recording the activity. From what I can tell from a live stream of the incident, it appears that the Simi Valley PD that showed up did not bother to check that these armed mass kidnappers for their IDs, ask if they had valid judicially signed warrants, check that their license plates match their vehicles, or any bit of legal accountability. From my perspective, the Simi Valley PD did nothing to help the citizens from another unjust, violent ICE encounter. Our community member that had her car hit is a social worker that works with kids. Now, just a week ago, on their way to Burrowwood Elementary School, we had a mother and her 2 kids taken by ICE. Over the weekend, they took another youth in our neighboring city, Moore Park. These are exactly the types of people she's out there trying to defend. When nearly 1/2 of every city tax dollar goes to the police department, I expect more from our police department in preventing and protecting these kidnappings from happening in our city limits. The local PD needs to firmly stand by the people they are sworn to serve and protect, and as you continue to increase the police budget in the face of our city workers not receiving competitive living wages, I beg you to hold the PD more accountable in public safety matters and protection against ICE.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, this one appears to be Ariana. The last name is Gredang. The next speaker is Jamie Sanchez and Alexandra Villegas.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I'm Ariana. I am just a high school student, a freshman at that. I wasn't even planning on speaking here tonight. I mean, I'm wearing sweatpants and a tank top. I was not planning on speaking here. But I'm educated enough to know that I need to use my voice because what is happening is not okay. My classmates and friends have already been scared to leave their homes in Simi Valley because of the ICE deportations happening. And now they are even more scared to go to school where they are supposed to learn. I got an email back from Ms. Snodgrass on the school board talking about the actions that you guys took in the Simi Valley Unified School District against ICE. And honestly, nothing happened. No, all they can do is use their voice. Their mass gunmen are still allowed onto my campus. My friends are still feeling scared going to school. One of you mentioned working on changes behind the scenes that we can't see. These are changes that have been needed to be made for years. I need to see these changes now. I don't care if they're behind the scenes. I need to see them. And no offense, either you guys aren't doing your jobs right or you're not working on these changes at all. It has been long enough. I know none of you up here care about the voice of one high school student, but there are many of me in CME. We are the future of this city, and you guys need to listen and wake up and listen to your youth if you are actually cut out for the job that you say you are cut out for. And make my campuses safe again for me and my friends. So I will leave you with this: fuck ICE and fuck this city until my friends feel safe at school again.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional lands of the Chumash people. I honor their enduring connection to this land and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Good evening, council members. My name is Jamie Sanchez. It's been a while since I've been here. Life has been busy because, as all of you wear many hats, I'm a student studying psychology, an intern in film studies, a wife, a Navy veteran, an advocate, an activist, and most importantly, a mother. As someone living with traumatic brain injury, as this is also Brain Injury Awareness Month, daily life can be challenging. But no matter what, I never forget to show up for my community. What I personally witnessed on March 10th is exactly why that matters. What happened was unacceptable. A legal observer, someone acting fully within his rights, and was detained by ICE. What began as a reported traffic incident quickly escalated with multiple officers present while the situation unfolded. We heard conflicting explanations about what happened, and it appears this was an unlawful detainment. What happened, Chief Shields? I could have sworn you said your officers did not work with ICE agents. That is not what I witnessed. Close to 10 officers standing around for what? A traffic accident, which was ultimately stated as an intentional crash. During the same incident, I witnessed an agent invade a woman's personal space without cause. As a woman, it was intimidating. As a domestic violence survivor, it was triggering. As a veteran being institutionalized, I understand chain of command, but watching local police stand by while ICE agents violated civil rights and intimidated community members without cause is deeply concerning. And this isn't just an incident. Children are being kidnapped. I understand the city council may not always agree with community members, but what more
Thank you.
needs to
Your
happen
time is
before
now
this
up.
change occurs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Alexandra. My family has been a part of this community for well over 60 years. I grew up here. I am a product of Simi Valley, and I'm actually very much grateful for the fact that I grew up in this racist town because it actually built character. With that said, how the hell can you guys sit here? Sir, what's your name? Rocky? Yes, thank you. With that said, what are you guys doing to protect our children? I can't walk outside without thinking, shoot, I might actually get detained or kidnapped, even though I'm a citizen. What are you guys doing? Like, seriously, how are you gonna be able to help people feel safe? Now, the interesting part about everything that's going on tonight, obviously economically, the situation with the housing and whatnot, have you guys stopped and considered that immigrants uphold the framework of this community, of this society, right? Everybody has something to contribute here. So if you want to continue to build and have a community, you need to step up and protect our kids. It's ridiculous that people have to come up here and make a scene because many of you, I'm gonna say, lack character and morality. How are we supposed to follow the justice system when there is no due process? How? I'm just at a point where I'm beyond enraged. And it's just, I'm trying not to cuss at anybody right now. I'm trying to keep my composure, but it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I have a nephew who's autistic who's biracial. I have an elderly mother who speaks with an accent, right? How do I not know when they're out on the street, they're not going to be detained? Okay, not only that, but my fellow citizens, my fellow community members, how do we not know that when they go out to the grocery store that they're not going to
I'm
make it
sorry,
home?
your time is now up. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
The next three speakers, David Benjamin, Amanda Benjamin, and Pauline Santos.
All right, Mayor, City Council, I want to thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate you guys. I wanted to speak on behalf of STRs, and not as an owner or operator, but as STR adjacent. I mean that quite literally. I'm a neighbor of an STR. Have been for about 5 years now. We have yet to have a problem. I think the biggest thing I can say in recognition of that is just that we hardly know that they're there. Our neighbors are respectful, they're quiet. They've had many guests in and out, have been absolutely blown away at the number of people that have come to stay in our town and who want to stay in a more local type setting. They want to meet people that they wouldn't otherwise be able to meet when they visit. They want to spend money in our town. Overall, we've had no parking issues. There have been no noise issues. We get guests from all over the world coming in to stay in our neighborhood, and it's just absolutely incredible to see. And I think, what better way to welcome people into our town than when we have owners who live at the house, they rent out a portion of it, and we get to welcome them in by meeting residents and staying with residents. And I think that the most sensible solution for bad actors is some kind of regulation, rules that must be followed, and a way to weed them out without actually banning everything in town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amanda, and I did come here to talk about short-term rentals. But I wanted to take this time to say something really fast, hopefully, because I know I have very little time. After listening to so many passionate voices, I wanted to impress upon all of you and everybody, I think, in this room, and anybody who ever listens to this, we end up on so many different sides of things, and we really do take sides. And that's really easy to lose humanity and empathy for what we see and hear. So as you guys move forward and make decisions for us on behalf of us, and as everybody comes to speak, I think we could all take 1 minute to remember that we are all people, that we all have hearts and minds, and we are passionate. And we need to remember that and take, again, a second just to put yourself in their shoes and really consider what it means to be a human. And then I'll get back to short-term rentals, because again, I don't have very much time. My neighbor does a short-term rental, Nathan, and he is amazing. He is the ideal person to run these. He runs them well. I don't know that they are there. I think maybe once I heard some music and I said, "Hey, Nathan, that was kind of loud last night." And he said, "I am so sorry. I will make sure that that never happens again." And it did not. I think if we regulate things, if we find ways to make it work, if we can get money from these rentals over time throughout the years through permits, I think it's a really great opportunity for everybody. I think we can all win and find a way to make that work. So I just want to take the time and tell you that I've had a great experience with my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pauline Santos. I'm a resident of Simi Valley, and I'm a student studying music therapy at CSUN. Let me pull up my notes real quick. I come as a naturalized citizen myself and am a concerned community member. I find it abhorrent and absolutely vile that ICE is permitted to terrorize, profile, and kidnap members, including children, of our migrant community in Simi Valley in broad daylight. How is it there was no tangible action in place to prevent 2 citizen children from their kidnapping on their way to Barrelwood Elementary School. I am just one of a number of individuals in Simi who have come together for our mutual interest in keeping ICE out of our schools, streets, and community spaces. ICE does not keep us safe. In fact, they have proven the opposite. Brown and Black folks and migrants alike have had their families violently separated, leaving behind family members, pets, entire livelihoods, and heartbreakingly enough, their lives themselves. We as a community cannot allow these kidnappings to continue. Detention centers are torture chambers on purpose. Detained migrants face medical neglect, lack of food, violence, and abuse to the point of death and suicide, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. Why? For the purposes of promoting self-deportation. The very presence of ICE, especially with the profiling of children and Black and brown citizens, is terror. The main message is clear. You do not belong, and for that reason, you must be disappeared. How cruel. How is it that this can happen to children in our city? How many have gone missing as a result of ICE's violent actions? As an art teacher and who works with the special needs community and volunteers with children, my heart cannot fathom the level of cruelty permitted in our streets. The border does not exist for wildlife, like the beautiful monarch butterflies that surround us currently. If you are like me and concerned as a community member, please check out linktr.
Sorry, your time is now up.
Activist
Thank you.
Toolkit. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Alex Villegas, Natalie Kaufman, and Ashley. Alex Villegas. Natalie Kaufman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So unlike everybody here, I am not prepared for this right now, but I am a short-term rental homeowner, a member of this community my whole entire life. When I was born, there wasn't even a hospital here. So I'm a single mom, and I really depend on the income of my short-term rental to take care of my daughter, and also my mom, who lives at Oakmont off of Royal. If it was not for the income that I generate through my short-term rental, I would not be able to put her in such a nice place. I understand everyone's concerns around the short-term rentals. This is at my home, and I make sure that there are no nuisances, loud noises, or anything like that. I don't even think my neighbors even know that I have a short-term rental. And within regards to everything else, happening in our community, I've never been to one of these before my whole life. You guys are a little intimidating, by the way. Just everyone look out for each other. And I'm sure, if we had a magic wand, things that are happening here today would not be happening, but it's kind of sad and brings kind of tears to my heart for everybody's suffering. And my daughter is half Salvadorian, and I'm scared too that something might happen to her. She goes to a charter school in the San Fernando Valley, and they do a lot of outreach and things like that. So I don't know if that's something the cities that looked into, but anyhow, thought I'd hit both topics that seem to be hot tonight. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you.
Ashley. Demi Fox. Is that Ashley?
Good evening, City Council. I'm here today not to ask anything, as you know what you need to do, and it's evident that much of this council prefers to protect and excuse aggressive, violent, targeted behavior against not only its citizens, but the constituents you serve. I'm here to alert the board and residents here that 2 weeks ago, concerned community members on their lawns, in their cars, and on their streets were accosted, threatened, and assaulted by ICE agents right here in Simi Valley, in a residential area, armed and untrained in front of people's homes. Additionally, last week, a mother and her 2 children were stalked and abducted on their way to school. A mother, not a criminal, and her children, your child's friends, their classmates and neighbors at a local elementary school, a completely normal family just picked up and disappeared within 24 hours. This last weekend, a 7th grader and their mother and father were kidnapped by agents in Moore Park. Their 3-year-old now left to the care of extended family. What now? Just good luck, hope you can make that work? It's escalating and the suffering is spreading like wildfire. And this is only getting worse. Our neighbors are disappearing. Your vendors, clients, your friends. These families are ones that own businesses. They're first-generation students, teachers, administrators, and local government officials. We should not have to give qualifications for you to see them as people. However, certain council members on this board post online and make statements openly expressing their lack of concern of day laborers, children, and how these people take up their congressional apportionment and dilute his share of power. They are not fit to be mayor, much less a leader to this community they call home. To the community, some of these people definitely not here to help or support you. If you witness an abduction, see or hear of anything suspicious or suspect your loved ones or neighbors are missing, please call or text the 805 UNDOCUFUND at 805-870-8855 or VC Defensa 805-296-1119.
Is Demi? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. Thank you for being here. This is way past my bedtime. I just want to talk about the short-term rental because I'm involved in many ways. I'm a real estate broker for near a quarter of a century, and I know I don't look that old, but it is. And I often get phone calls from people asking me if I know of any place like this to stay. An example, I had a great customer of mine, client that she had 10 family members, siblings, grandchildren, all that, coming in town for a wedding from India. And I found her a very beautiful place for the family to all stay together. They spent 10 days. And this is very valuable because they couldn't afford to stay each separate in rooms and things like that, like many people already mentioned. I'm also an owner of an Airbnb or short-term rental, not in state, but out of state. And I can say that I helped so much this little town that I found this property. And I know that Simi Valley can get the same results. I prepare a package for people that are traveling from all over the world, and so they know exactly what to do, where to go shopping, where to go eat, what to buy. You know, I try to find out what's their passion, and they like antique shopping. I guide them through where to go. We have a whole list. They don't just come here. I think there's a negative image of an Airbnb, and I think it's just a misunderstood situation. And all of those great people that own this property are very proud owners of those homes. Like all of us, they don't want their property to be destroyed. And so I just ask for a compromise with, instead of banning them, work with us. That makes us happen because you're gonna see the result financially also if you look into what those people bring into the city when they travel over here. And you get to meet so many amazing people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was the last speaker. And next on the agenda is item 6A, City Council comments regarding public statements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any council members wishing to speak? Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to speak tonight. There's some real issues that the city gets to deal with, and it's a struggle and an honor to be up here dealing with those. I want to especially thank those that came out in terms of short-term rentals and having that discussion. The effort that you go through on City Council is to get input from all sides. And I certainly felt we were getting input from a side, a particular point of view, and we weren't hearing the other side. I think you've given us a lot of things to think about, and for that, I appreciate your efforts in being out here. It's not a foregone conclusion one way or the other, how this short-term rental thing is going to turn out, but having multiple voices in the room is essential. So thank you for being here. There are those that maybe didn't want your voice heard, and many of them are not here right now listening. There were so many other things. I did, the In God We Trust, we had two speakers on that topic. I think it is worthy of a gender request to see if that's something that we can do. And Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala?
Thank you. Again, thanks everyone for coming out. I want to, let's start with the group here on this side. A speaker came up and talked about passion, and I think it's also compassion, right? It's the passion you have for any topic. I think we appreciate whoever's coming up, the passion that you bring. And it doesn't mean, and I think it, just because we're up here, at least, people can speak for themselves, it doesn't mean that we can't have humanity, that we can't have empathy towards what you're saying. And Ms. Lucheski, we can see that when you speak and in the emotions that you have. And I think that even if it was for people who, for whatever cause it might have been, that you would still be here. You would still be here regardless of it. So thank you again for coming out and for always giving us the truth, your truth as to what is happening, because we need to know that. For the STR group, like Councilmember Rhodes says, we need to have both sides. One group is going to go home happy. One group is going to go really mad. That's just how it's going to be. And we're going to see it's going to be a very interesting meeting in May. And everyone is just going to have to, realize that we've taken a lot of time to examine everything. All of us have done so much homework behind the scenes on this. So I just want you to know that we don't take any of this lightly, and we are listening to you, and we will do the best we can with all of this. Okay, so thanks everyone for coming tonight. Have a good night.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
So with 43 speakers, boy, I could spend a lot of time commenting. There's some very impactful, strong things that were shared tonight. And so thank you for coming. Thank you for staying, even with a hearing in the middle. I know that's so disruptive for you, but thank you for being part of this. I first actually wanted to start by saying, Sarah, thank you for putting together such a beautiful memorial and having everyone come forward and show pictures of lost loved ones and reading names. I just want to say thank you that we hear you. We recognize that there's some difficult things happening in our community and in our nation. So thank you for putting that together, and we hear you and see you. Thank you. Karen and Scott, who came forward to do the show together and to talk about Roundup. It is a great thing in our community, and so please everyone go to see Roundup. It'll be wonderful, and how lovely that the proceeds might go towards the portion to the YMCA. Very deserving. Those who spoke about In God We Trust. I will say that I love our when we say our Pledge of Allegiance and we say one nation under God, there's actually not a comma in there. I've shared that here on that it actually should be one nation under God. Those are my beliefs, but I'm grateful that we can share them and talk about them in this context. So thank you for those gentlemen that came forward. Short-term rentals. Thank you for being here tonight. I know it's late. In fact, I thought about the Abbeys, and I know Bevan has to go to teach early in the morning. She's gone. I understand. Thank you for coming, all of you, on both sides. the reality is we love our community. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be best. And we're trying to figure out what that is, and it's a difficult conversation. So I just want to say thank you for all of you who are here for that topic. Ben, this is number 3 or 4 for you today. Number 3, okay, he keeps coming. Appreciate what you do with your business, tiny homes. They really are beautifully constructed, and we need to find a way that they can have a permanent place here in our community. So thank you for being here. Dale, I don't know if she's still here. She's the one that suggested the film commission. I thought that was very interesting, some of her thoughts about maybe expanding the role specifically on our at city, what that looks like. I know we certainly have permitting, but anyway, I'll continue to talk with Dale, and lots of many wonderful ideas shared tonight. And again, all I can say is thank you for being here. Thank you for your contributions.
Thank you. I would just be repeating what Councilmember Ayala and Mayor Pro Tem Litzer just said, but Councilmember Ayala, you were so eloquent in how you explained to Sarah and the group so that compassion needs to be there and humanity needs to be there. And we do have it. It may not be what you want right this second, but we are here to listen. We will try and do what we can. This is our community. They are our community members, period. So we want everyone to feel safe here. I know I have kids, grandkids, and I would be scared, so I understand. So we have heart, I have heart. We will do what we can. The STRs, like they said, somebody's going to be happy and somebody's not going to be happy in the long run, but I think we have an ordinance there. We'll review it. Maybe some changes need to be made to it to accommodate everyone. Maybe we already have what we need there. So I think that will be an item that we will all be really studying and working on and looking forward, because there are benefits to the community also. I understand that. There was a negative because we have a famous house that was going to be used more as an event center than as a short-term rental. And so I think that kind of was the cause of a lot of the uprising, I guess we'll use the word, to get that straightened out. But I think we're getting a clearer picture. We'll get a little bit more education on it, and then we'll look at that. It is beneficial economically to our community, as well as Dale was here recommending the filming. We do very well in filming here in Simi Valley. I know we were just on Channel 7 News. Our city manager was. We were just on the radio with that. It's very good for our economic development here in the community. So that's something we can focus on we don't have to expend a lot of money to bring money into the community. They eat at our restaurants and they shop at our grocery stores and they buy gas here. So, and they may be in short-term rentals too. So it's a big positive to our community. And I think that was about it. But again, thank you all for coming out here. Those of you, 1 or 2 of you, it was the first time. It's nerve-wracking standing up in front of us. I did it to the Board of Supervisors a few months ago, and I was nervous. So I understand it takes passion, it takes commitment, it takes caring for your community and for those around you. So thank you, each and every one of you, for being here tonight.
Ms. Mayor,
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council?
I was just going to say, before we move to the next item, can we do a 5-minute recess?
Yes. We will recess for 5 minutes.
No justice, no peace.
All right.
No justice, no peace.
Thank you. We'd like to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, where are we at on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council,
Can you please close those doors? Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar, with one resolution for your consideration this evening. Consent item 6, resolution number 2026-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, California, adopting a policy establishing the procedures and criteria for indigent status determination as it pertains to candidates during general and special elections pursuant to California Elections Code Section 13309.
Thank you. Is there any item that needs to be pulled from the consent agenda? Okay. Otherwise, I am open for a motion.
I'm happy to move consent.
We have a motion, first and second. Call the vote. Thank you.
Oh,
It went too fast.
sorry, let's cancel that. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, a progress update on City Council focus area goals for fiscal year 2025-26, and City Manager Samantha Argabright is presenting this item.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council members. You all have a very comprehensive staff report in front of you, but I'm going to hit the highlights with an update this evening on the focus area goals. And I am pleased to present our mid-year progress update for the goals set by the Council for fiscal year 25-26. And these goals continue to guide and how we align our department work efforts, resource allocation, and policy direction to prioritize our work across the organization. The city's focus area goals originated from the Council's strategic retreat held on June 10th, 2025. This was formally adopted at the Council meeting on August 4th, and an initial update was provided during the November budget workshop at the end of 2025. Tonight's report provides a mid-year update on progress made since the adoption of the Council's focus area goals, with activities primarily reflecting work completed in late 25 and early 26. Several initiatives have advanced into implementation, while others continue to progress through planning, coordination, and evaluation phases due to their complexity and policy considerations. So just as a reminder, the city's 6 pillars of excellence are public safety, excellent city government, reliable infrastructure, fiscal stability, thriving community, and economic vitality. And these pillars serve as the foundation for how the city prioritizes work, allocates resources, and delivers services. As shown on this slide, each pillar includes a brief definition to help clarify what it represents. The Council identified 9 priority focus areas to guide city operations, and these range from economic development and revenue strategies to workforce planning, technology, and infrastructure. Tonight, we'll walk through progress and what's coming next for each of these areas. So first, economic development, also related to the Simi Valley Town Center. This remains one of our most active focus areas where significant progress is happening behind the scenes, as you heard earlier, with multiple efforts underway to position the city for long-term economic success. This includes continued engagement with targeted industries, advancement of a retail recruitment strategy, and ongoing negotiations related to the Simi Valley Town Center mixed-use development project. We are also focused on improving the development experience by streamlining processes through municipal code updates and hosting a workshop for brokers, property owners, and businesses. Our goal with this workshop is to help people understand the city's entitlement and permit approval process, as well as the coordination we do with other agencies involved in project review. In the near term, we anticipate bringing a development agreement forward to the City Council related to the Simi Valley Town Center, along with several implementation items underway this summer. Related to film and tourism, city staff continues to actively position Simi Valley as one of the most film-friendly communities in the region. We've made strong progress laying the foundation, evaluating permitting software, identifying funding to begin implementation, and expanding media outreach to increase the city's visibility as a filming destination. Next steps focus on execution, including launching new permitting tools, evaluating fee structures to remain competitive, and building out a comprehensive database of film locations. On this slide, you can see that we've explored cost-sharing opportunities with the school district for services such as crossing guards and school resource officers. At this time, due to financial constraints at the district, they are unable to participate. City staff will continue to monitor and re-engage with them if their conditions change. We've initiated work to evaluate a potential increase in the transient occupancy tax, including finalizing a consultant agreement to support this process. The goal is to return to council in early summer with data and options, allowing time to meet ballot deadlines if the council chooses to move forward with putting this on the November ballot. Related to compensation and succession planning, this remains a critical priority tied to recruitment, retention, and long-term workforce stability. We've completed a compensation study and have taken initial steps through recent labor agreements to begin addressing market disparities. In the next month or so, city staff will return to the council with implementation strategies to further enhance competitiveness for POA, PMA, and unrepresented management employee groups. At the same time, we will continue advancing succession planning and supporting long-term workforce planning efforts. For efficiency in public-private partnerships, as part of the city's annual budget process, staff continues to evaluate service delivery models to identify opportunities for improved efficiency and cost effectiveness. And this includes reviewing best practices and potential partnership models and identifying targeted investments, such as allocating additional funds to support sidewalk assessment in the next fiscal year. This work is ongoing and will be brought back to council as opportunities and recommendations are identified. AI is certainly a topic that's on everyone's mind right now, and it's an area where the city is taking a thoughtful and very proactive approach. We've completed a citywide assessment of AI use across departments and identified several high-impact opportunities in customer service, permitting, and reporting. Next steps include advancing development of an internal AI policy framework in coordination with human resources and legal to address privacy, transparency, data security, and responsible use. We will also initiate targeted piloted programs to evaluate practical applications of AI across city operations and align future investments in technology and staff training with the city's broader service delivery goals. For code enforcement, this is another area where we've seen strong engagement and results across city departments. Staff has strengthened coordination among code enforcement, the police department, and city attorney's office to address complex, high-priority cases more effectively. Since the council adopted these goals, we've opened more than 500 cases, closed over 600, and escalated several of the most serious cases for legal action in the last 6 months alone. City staff is also continuing to enhance tools and processes to improve efficiency and cross-departmental collaboration. This is a longer-term effort related to water and desalination, focused on sustainability, reliability, and strengthening the city's local water supply. Work to date is focused on evaluating local and regional supply opportunities, including active participation in regional planning efforts related to groundwater desal, water exchange programs, and overall supply resiliency. Staff has been engaged in technical discussions with regional partners to better understand feasibility, infrastructure considerations, and potential options to improve long-term water reliability for Simi Valley. Given the complexity of this effort, it will continue to evolve as analysis progresses, regional coordination advances, and additional opportunities are identified. And for staffing, resources, and commitment, as shown on this slide, these focus areas represent varying levels of staff time and organizational effort across departments. As we continue to implement the council's priorities, it's important to align new and emerging initiatives with available staffing resources. To support disciplined execution, significant new efforts will be evaluated through a formal reprioritization process. This approach helps maintain focus on council-established priorities while allowing flexibility to respond to evolving needs. So tonight we have our goals update, and our next update will be held later in 2026. And we will continue advancing these efforts in the meantime. And in summary, we've made meaningful progress across several priority areas, with others continuing through planning and coordination phases. I also want to thank all the departments and staff across the organization who continue to advance these goals. This progress reflects a strong coordinated effort citywide. With that, staff recommends that the council receive and file this report, and we're happy to answer any questions. And we have our team leads available for each of the priority areas if you all have questions and would like additional detail on any of them.
Thank you. Does anyone, council, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you for the presentation, and I've only been at this 3 years, but the fact that we sat and had a goal-setting workshop and that manifested into a document with the pillars, and now we're getting the reports on the progress of those pillars. It's really hard sometimes to take stock of your successes when you're dealing with the problem of the day. And we've had a lot of successes, and you and the department heads, thank you. We're really moving this thing in the right direction. My one question is, I just attended a conference, and I got a really interesting, maybe for the first time, comprehensive framing of AI and how it can help industries and what its actual function and purpose should be. I saw Gary here, and I thought maybe he wanted to give us a primer on AI in the city and what's going on.
Gary, you want to come on up? Gary and Heather Sumagaisai have been working really closely on this, so I will let them both chime in on that. Wherever you want to be. You can go to the podium.
So where would you like me to start?
Where are we using it in the city currently, and are there goals for implementation versus just goals for guardrails?
So we did a survey and looked at 198 employees across the city. About 16% of them said they knew AI tools well, 62% said they knew a little bit, 22% were not very familiar, and 47% said they were already using it at work. The tools that they're using range from ChatGPT to Copilot to the common tools that people, Grok, those kind of things. They're using them for everything from research to helping to write some staff reports, cleaning up some language inside of those is the most common ones. There was a lot of discussions as far as pain points and where people thought that AI tools could help them out. From there, we kind of narrowed it down, and we've got a list of about 5 different initiatives that we're going to look at that range everything from permit intakes, so that when people come to the front counters or online, they know which kind of permits to ask for. Looking at some better things for reporting. General use AIs, like what you see with ChatGPT and stuff like that. You're going to take a closer look at those because there was a feeling from feedback from the entire group that those kind of tools could make people more productive. So we are investigating all of those. The next step on it is putting some guardrails in and looking at some tools to make sure that data doesn't leak out, either via the AI tools or intentionally or intentionally. So those are kind of the next 2 big things that I'm gonna work on is from a security standpoint. We haven't narrowed down exactly what we're going to do with AI. That is kind of the next step of this thing is we're going to, like I said, take some closer look at the tools that are out there, set up some projects to get some initiatives and figure out what they can be used for the city.
Awesome. I appreciate that. And the one remaining concern that I had going into that conference that I came out with an understanding of how guardrails can be put in place is I had a big fear of data sets from the city ending up in AI and then therefore ending up out there. But you have to specifically put that data set in, and what are our guardrails about doing that?
So there's 2 of them. One of them is going to be policy-based. We're going to write. We've got a draft policy, but I wanted to make it through these listening sessions before we finalize the policy. And the draft policy says a lot of things in it. Don't upload things with social security numbers. Don't upload passwords. Don't put your passwords inside of the system. And the big overarching one is don't trust and verify. So these things are known to hallucinate. They're known to take people down the wrong roads and not answer questions truthfully or just try to appease the user, and to that people really need to verify, especially with a lot of the legal terms and a lot of the stuff that we do around here, to make sure that the information is correct that's on there. That's really the policy side of it. The other side of it is actually there's technology out there called DLP, which is data loss prevention. And if you're not familiar with that term, you will become familiar with it over the course of the next few years. And data loss prevention is kind of like it sounds, is what is the data that we have inside of the city and that is leaving the city? Because actually that's the biggest risk that we have. There's a couple different tools that we're looking at that looks kind of like an antivirus from the user's standpoint, but if it is designed in a way that either if an AI bot or if a human using one of the chat engines copies and pastes social security numbers or credit card numbers or PII such as addresses and names and those kind of things into a web page or into a chat, it will actually stop them. And so that is actually one of the things that we're investigating too. So it's a policy as well as tools that we're going to implement.
Awesome. I didn't know about DLPs, but
Yeah,
next thing
DLP,
to study.
data loss prevention.
I'll ask ChatGPT, what does that really mean?
Yep.
All right.
And my
Thank you, Gary.
employer, we're already using that, and you try and send it and it blocks you.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, okay. So it's good. It is great though to use it. We're using Copilot, so I really like Copilot quite a bit.
Yeah.
Working. There we go. One of the things that we did related to this goal is we looked at the entire scope of the year and we broke it out by different quarters. And so we just finished that initial phase of our assessment of where we're at with staffing, so then we can now frame up our policy framework. And then we can identify what the highest high impact priority areas are that will give us a good possible return on that investment in software as a service, but also looking at what are some of the challenges or the opportunity areas that we're looking to capitalize on. Because we know that, hey, cost effectiveness is a really important asset that comes along with this as well.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster, did you have questions for Gary, or he can sit down?
Well, actually, I had, actually, stay there since you're here. I had one that I wasn't, maybe, but since you've already started that topic, and then I'll go to all my others. I guess my question is whether we are already paying for AI license usage right now. Because
The city is not.
And which concerns me a little bit when you give me the percentages that are using it. Because as I understand it, if they're using some of these tools and it's not a license, then it is used, what they throw in is used to teach it and is also becomes part of, available for others to have access to. And I understand things like social security numbers, et cetera, that you are absolute nixes, don't want them. But there's some other general city information that I'm not sure we want populating other people's, anyway, so I
share that same concern. Yes.
Okay.
The free versions are out there. There's some of them though, like Microsoft and Copilot, which is embedded inside of, if you're using the newest versions of Outlook, for example, it'll have Copilot up on the right-hand side and you ask Copilot some questions. Microsoft's privacy policy is pretty good about not distributing this stuff and not scrubbing the information, letting the AI learn it, scrubbing the information so that if a bad guy or another city or anybody were to ask specific questions about the Simi Valley, it doesn't come back with that information. But these things do act in a vacuum. They really don't know what they're doing. So it is possible. So yeah, that actually is one of my concerns, is the use of AI without having some good policies and some good guardrails in place.
And some of our employees do actually pay for it themselves. They'll pay for the paper.
Did you ask that question? Who pays, who doesn't? I'm just.
We didn't. We did, but we didn't to that specificity in the survey. And the other thing is even Google or Google Chrome now has AI enabled that you can just hit that. So in that sense, you don't have to have a subscription. You don't have to download an app. You can now use a web browser as well.
Yeah, and some of the software we have, all of it for the legal department, you can't even buy software without AI now. So all of the legal research.
So in essence, it's licensed through the software that you've purchased. I understood. Okay.
Which we will also continue to see that trend on other services that we contract out, such as permits.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Gary. You can sit down, Gary. I'll have other questions.
Somebody else has some.
No. Okay, thank you. Actually, going back, this might be Sam, and you can just tell me who to direct it to, just kind of in order of the pillars as we went through them. In your report, you talked about, for instance, on page 3, 500,000 square foot new industrial business park that might be coming online, which so I was just curious a little bit about the details of that. Is that something that was presented earlier tonight, or is that something different?
That's something different.
Okay.
That is raw land right now that the owner of that property wants to develop. And so we've had numerous meetings with the property owner as well as their consultants to determine the best way to move that project forward and if that's going to be something that we'll be able to bring forward to you. At this point, it does look positive. There would be some amendments required to the general plan and the specific plan that governs that area. But those conversations have been going well. It's just going to be a matter of if that project pencils for that developer.
Okay, I appreciate that. A couple places, as I read through the report and the slides, it talked about the demolition of the old sheriff station. Of course, we own that property. And in years past, the impression I have had is that if we had a good offer on something to be done there, then we would discuss doing that work, et cetera. What I'm sensing is that we have decided somewhere that we want to go forward and demo and clear that parcel and then talk about it. And I guess I wasn't really aware that that is taking place. And so maybe you can help me understand where and when and how we made that decision and what the thoughts are going forward with that.
So during the budget update conversation that we had in November, staff came back to the city council with cost items for the council goals and priorities. And so this was one of those items that the council had identified was a priority as part of our economic development plan.
To clear the sheriff, to remove?
To make it a more viable property for development and for revenue generation for the city. So as part of that, we have been working with a consultant to do the soils analysis and then potential design options and cost estimates. So right now, we're just looking at what it would cost to do the demo. Depending upon what that cost is, and obviously we would have to come back to city council for any further action on that, because I can guarantee you that's going to be outside of my authority.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand the context.
Yeah.
Do we have a specific party or someone who's expressed that they're actively trying to use that, or?
We don't have, we've had a number of developers approach us over the years for that property. There's a variety of uses that could be used at that property.
Right.
It's just going to be a matter of really what is going to be the best and highest use of that site.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. The film area. Page 4 talked about maintaining a database of possible set locations, et cetera. Are you envisioning that being under the city's control, or is that under someone else's control that we are gathering that data? What is intended by that topic area and information?
I'm going to have Assistant City Manager Garibay respond to that.
Good evening.
This is so fun. We could talk about all this stuff because you put it in.
Well, but we don't want to talk about all of the things.
Of course.
Tip our hat too early.
Just a few things.
We're exploring a lot of different options. What we found is as we're having conversations with property owners, developers, businesses that are interested in partnering with the city, there might be opportunities for us to go in on a property and help them develop it as a backlot or a film location. A lot of times, especially like on the outskirts of town, there's areas that don't necessarily, they just want to be a film location where you don't have to put a lot of infrastructure in it. And so a good example is kind of in those areas that provide those back roads and hilly backside and all that other fun stuff. So again, we're not necessarily, what we're trying to do is to be open in terms of having some flexibility to partner with somebody to do these things when those right opportunities come along.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Luis. And since you're here, let me just in this topic.
Sure.
When someone comes for a permit to use a certain space right now, do we have the capability, or do we say, great, happy to approve this, and what else are you using on your, and would you, have you thought about using X, Y, and Z areas in Simi Valley? Do we have that part of that process, or is that?
We're building it. So
Okay.
one of the things as part of the direction that council provided the last time, one of the things that we've done internally is we set up an internal subcommittee that's led by Heidi and others throughout the city to talk through some of those things. And that's actually one of the things that came up as part of the discussion.
I think
is
that's what Dale was referring to earlier in public comments.
how do we leverage those opportunities? And again, instead of us just processing permits, how can we be more entrepreneurial about it?
Mhm.
And again, find other ways to partner. And one of the things that came from that subgroup that I think is listed on here is, again, building that database so that if we know I use the Sutter's Mill restaurant, again, that's a really unique
Mhm.
place that you probably couldn't rebuild today, could be a really great filming location. And they're not there all the time, so can we work with them to make it into a filming location? There's people that have unique homes or backyards
Sure.
or all those things, but
So then we
have
would
to
keep
build
that database
We would
ourselves.
have to build a database. And what we found is that there's a lot of pieces out there, but there is no central location for all of it. And what we want to be as a city is we want to be that central hub because we know that we can help put that together.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Can I say it now?
I have a few more questions, but you can go to someone else and come back to me. If you're...
Nobody else has questions.
Seriously? I know, but this is a chance to discuss it further. Otherwise, we have to wait a whole year. Thank you, Luis. Okay. The code, our cross-department cooperation between code enforcement and SVPD. I just wondered what is that? It says continued refinement of cross-department cooperation, I think is the verbiage that was used. I guess my question is, what is that looking like now?
Mr. Drago.
So they want to talk. They've been here all night.
No, they want to go home.
They do want to go home, but
I promise.
they've been here all night, so we might as well let them talk.
So what that looks like is training staff to interact through the legal process with the city attorney, with the police department. Because in the past, our code enforcement group has been less focused on the hard types of enforcement, substandard dwelling units, massage parlors, those kind of things. They've been more focused on weeds, trash cans, those kind of complaints. So working with the city attorney, learning how to do warrants, learning how to go through this legal process and get off the investment, or should get off the investigation, and move towards the enforcement rapidly within due process. That's a training thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have that process, we have to learn how to use it, and learn how to use our resources. So that's what that is.
Okay.
And so far we've done this last 6 months, 17 cases that have gone into enforcement, which is substantial. So staff is learning and doing a great job.
Got it.
So,
okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you want to add anything, Chief?
You did a great job. I don't really have much to add. I think what we want to do is we just want to be good partners. From the police department standpoint, some of the problems that cross over between law enforcement or the police department and code enforcement are solved by multidisciplinary work on a property to mitigate or abate the issues. So our foundational meetings, which included bringing in some outside agencies that are known for being pretty dynamic in dealing with abatement, is making sure we understand where people's responsibilities begin and end, and how we can work together to abate issues in a timely manner. Our current concern is making sure that the building and safety and code enforcement can do their job safely, and where can we offer training, our systems with records management, things that we can recommend to help them get up and be able to be more proactive.
Very good. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thank you, Chief. Sure. Very much appreciate that. I guess the last quick question, and this is it. I just, page 9, we talk about the Cayugas brackish groundwater supply studies, the whole water issue. What is I guess the question I have is trying to understand what are next steps, where are we right now actively? We participate in that study. Is there anything internally that we're working on?
So we participated in the study. We've provided comments on the draft study. And I'm going to call up Wanda and Chris. They too have been here all evening, and I'm sure they're
I know they
happy
have,
to talk
and they
about
want
it.
to go home, but thank you for coming up. I'll ask that question.
We provided comments on the scope of work for Kyagus to initiate the optimization study of where those desalters might be built in any hybrid combination. And I believe that they're going to award that contract next month, very soon. So Kyagus is leading that effort, and there's a lot of different retailers within their service area that are contributing, and of course, we've contributed significantly.
Okay. And what do we stand as a city to benefit, if and as this goes forward?
Well, I think most people know that we're state water project dependent, and so we want to have some local resources available to us. So that could be development of groundwater here in Simi Valley. It could be groundwater development somewhere downstream of us, say Moore Park, Camarillo, could be any combination of that. And then having that water be available to us, either Kyagus providing additional supplies without that water being pumped up to the upper zone, or, as we commented, perhaps evaluating the opportunity for that water to actually be pumped up in case something happened to the Santa Susana Tunnel, for example. So we're hopefully, I believe, expanding the scope of opportunities for our benefit to our community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Wanda. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's it for now.
Any other questions? I hate to ask.
Any questions for Justin?
I can't wait for Justin's presentation.
He's coming up
He's
next.
So do I have a motion to receive and file, or do I need one?
I will so move, please.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A. Approve the Simi Valley Traffic Signal Conditions Assessment Report. Establish a new capital improvement project for traffic signal upgrades. Approve a supplemental budget request and amend contracts with Ecolite and Public Works Director Ron Fuchiwaki and traffic engineer.
And we're very excited about this presentation.
Link.
Justin.
Sorry,
Justin Link.
Well, I'll do a quick introduction, and then Justin, you can ask Justin all the questions you want. So good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. And of course, you know Justin Link, our city traffic engineer. This evening, we are recommending several steps to begin to improve the city's traffic signal system. The council members are well aware that in recent years, there have been many issues with traffic signal operations at several locations throughout the city. This includes signals operating in flashing red for several hours or even days, traffic signals having malfunctions, and signals not operating at all, and not just because of PSPS. To address these issues, last year the city retained a consultant to conduct a complete and thorough inventory and assessment of all of the 121 city traffic signals. The consultant's review included the condition of traffic signal cabinets and controllers, as Justin has shown on the screen, traffic signal poles and equipment, underground equipment, including conduits and wires, video and loop detection, pedestrian and equestrian push buttons, and interconnect systems, just to name a few. In fact, it always amazes me, but in fact, the inventory and assessment was so extensive that the report turned into a 5,600-page report. So everything you wanted to know about any traffic signal. So after assessing all of the 121 city traffic signals, the consultant developed a three-phase improvement program. Phase 0, Phase 1, and Phase 2. Phase 0 would be accomplished near term. Phase 1 would be short to mid-term, and Phase 2 would be long-term or identified as more complex projects. Phase 0 improvements would consist of replacing the city's oldest and unrepairable traffic signal controllers. Phase 0 is estimated to cost $250,000. The intersection plan for Phase 0 improvements are listed in the staff report and shown on the PowerPoint slide on the screen. To accomplish the Phase 0 improvements, staff proposes to use existing contracts with Econolite Control Products, Inc. for controller purchases and Econolite Services, Inc. for controller reprogramming, removal, and installation. And these are two different, obviously they're Econolite companies, but two different and separate companies. In future years, Phases 1 and 2 would replace additional controllers and also wiring and other equipment that are the source of other malfunctions that may cause abnormal operations. The development of a separate capital project to complete Phases 1 and 2 is ongoing. Phases 1 and 2 are estimated to cost $14.1 million, including contingencies for construction and engineering. It is estimated that Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects would be a multi-year effort over 10 years to reduce the number of facilities simultaneously under construction and the impact on the general fund. In summary, it is recommended the City Council approve the recommendations outlined in the staff report, including approving the traffic signal conditions assessment report, establishing a new capital improvement project to complete the Phase 0 recommendations, approving a supplemental budget request in the amount of $250,000, amending the contract with Econolite Control Products, Inc. to purchase new controllers, and amending the contract with Econolite Services, Inc. to install the controllers. That concludes our staff report, and Justin is available for questions.
Well, they're lighting up the screen here, but I have a first question that I just wanted to, actually a comment that I wanted to share to make sure everyone was aware of it. City manager and I discussed it earlier. I always assumed we had a system that knew when a light was out. And I was told, no, we don't. Our system is each of us. So if you see a light out, blinking red during working hours, you call Justin. Actually, you call Public Works. And if it's after hours, you call the Simi Valley PD's non-emergency line, 583-6950. So those are the two ways to report a light out. I text the city manager, but she didn't want everyone else texting her. So other than that, so let's get on to some questions. Council, oh, and she texted you, so we're good, okay. Councilmember Ayala, questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple. When is Phase 0 starting? What is near term?
After this evening.
Is that really?
Correct.
As soon as you authorize the funding, then, then we can get started.
And then for the controllers, I wasn't clear, what's their main function?
So let me go back and give you a visual aid here. So there is quite a bit of equipment. So this is our black box in essence. So there is quite a bit of equipment in that black box that does various different things, but the controller itself is responsible for the signal timing. So there are various parameters associated with how long a light is green, how long the light is red, yellow, et cetera. Each phase, each direction, that is in essence, if we were to call that cabinet a computer, that is the CPU.
Does it also, it talked about being network ready. So is that also then another function of it alerting you is part of that?
Correct. So if you look, this is one of our older cabinets, and this is one of the older controllers. We've been lucky. These controllers are fairly robust, but this is probably about 30 years old, this controller right here. This is the latest generation, and if you notice here on the left-hand side of the controller, those are Ethernet ports. So the ASC2 2100 lacks those Ethernet ports. It uses a much older protocol. It does not have the ability to be networked in the more traditional or modern sense, if you will.
Does the rust in any way?
This one would be
The-
recommended for
Yeah.
replacement.
I could have told you that, by the way, yeah. And then just real quick, the last question is on page 14. Does someone have to actually push this is a very elementary question, but does someone have to push the button for the light, the little man to come up to say to walk the street? I'm assuming it, is that correct?
Yes,
You have to press the button.
unless there is an issue with that button, and then the traffic signal goes into a
Yep.
phase we call pedestrian recall.
So on page 14, one of the things that is identified for phase 1 is push button installation for a couple of intersections where there is a missing pedestrian button and one that needs repaired. It's not working. And for that, it's only $4,500 for those 3, but it's in phase 1. And I think I would propose that as we're approving this, that is there a way we can move that to phase 0? Because I think it's important that's a big safety issue that we don't have working buttons.
These are actually things that can be replaced using our existing maintenance contract. So I'd imagine what had occurred is that these were observed when the consultant was reviewing the conditions at the intersection. We have since reported those. So they have documented them in the condition assessment, but they can be repaired immediately with our maintenance contract.
Great, without us having to change anything.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
So that comes to the question, how long have we been using Econolite as our repair and fix things and keep things working?
Econolite as a consultant or contractor? Or
As the contractor that.
As a contractor.
How long have we been using them as our contractor?
It's been about 5 years, I believe.
Okay. So they have been our contractor during a lot of the problems that we've been observing the last year or so. Okay, and I'm really glad the assessment was done. I think it was absolutely critical. And I guess I have some questions about interconnectivity because I'm told that there's unique parts, et cetera, and so we want to keep using the same equipment, et cetera, the same supplier. But to be honest, it's felt like Econolite has been reactive, not necessarily proactive with our problems. When we had failures, it seems it's taken time to find and purchase replacement parts at great distress to our residents. Some of these have been out for a week or two. I'm just feeling like Econolite could or should have anticipated. I mean, they've been there. The age of our controllers, they could advise us about needing to acquire parts, maybe upgrading things. Yet I don't sense that they've done that. But what we're being asked now is saying we want to use them going forward to do all this great work. So I guess, so it just feels like our efforts have been internally generated, including this assessment study. They didn't come, anyway. So that being said, I made my soapbox concern. Is there really no other company that makes interchangeable parts with our current system right now?
For Econolite products, no.
Okay.
The software can be platform agnostic, which means that you can talk to various kinds of controllers, but for the equipment so you couldn't take a McCain Swarco is another company, or actually Unix, but McCain Swarco controller would not work in this style cabinet.
Okay, and so if I understand, you have the Econolite that we buy them from, and then another part, kind of like WM, I guess, another Econolite that does the repair. They're not the same company, is that correct?
They are different companies under the same umbrella.
Okay. How do we assure, if we go with this great proposal, how do we assure that the Econolite is going to be immediately responsive? Because in the past, I felt like they didn't quite have the right parts, and I guess that's a different part of their company, but how do we assure that they're going forward, that they're now immediately responsive?
So I think there's a distinction there between what's repairable in the cabinet versus some of the, for lack of a better term, the high ticket or the high dollar items. So Econolite Systems, who is our maintenance contractor, is able to repair some of the smaller parts. So the equipment that you see in there minus the controller. The controllers themselves are a little bit more than $5,000 a piece, and they are not part of our maintenance contract. So that falls back to the city. So when we have equipment that is aging or has aged significantly, it's not to say that it's old, but it's old in computer years. When it's over 30, 35 years, a failure is unpredictable. And if we don't have sufficient number of spares or the equipment is incompatible in this case, then it takes a little bit of time to get somebody from Econolyte Control Products in Anaheim or Santa Ana to actually come up and program them. So the programming for the controller that's on the screen now does not have the same programming as a Cobalt controller, which is their latest version. So there is a conversion that needs to occur in order to translate the timing parameters from an older controller to a newer controller. That's where we're finding a lot of the issues, is that if we have a controller fail, well, we can go pop in another controller, but it's going to take time to translate that information. So that's why we'll find that there's a signal that's going to be out for extended periods of time. The other issue is, and I'm coming up with things that I can't find for, lack of a better term, but gremlins. So we run into issues like rodents or ants that will chew through wires. They love the insulation on the wires for some reason. There may be a failure in between a conduit that runs from one side of the street to another, and when you have an intersection like Tierra Rajada, LA Avenue in Madera, where the conduit run is 100, 125 feet, the issue may lie on either side of the street. And there's no access point in between the pole boxes that are in each corner. So you don't know what has occurred. So eventually what happens is we have to rewire the entire intersection.
Sure.
And that's an all-day, in some cases, 2-day process. So it's not so much that they're unable to repair, is that the repairs that we are seeing now with the equipment that has aged so significantly, they're not the easiest repairs anymore. It's not popping one part out and popping another part in. It's a wholesale replacement.
Got it. Okay. Well, and you have faith. I hear. I'm hearing you. Okay. Let me one last question then. If I understand this report, or basically we have the opportunity to purchase 25 new Econolyte Cobalt controllers, basically, and we want to buy the new, and then we as a city have decided that these are the most. I mean, yes, the report helps us, but you've made the decision that these are the 25 locations that you think are the most likely to fail or most needed. Is that accurate?
It's based on age. So there's various iterations of the ASC2 controller. There's the ASC2, ASC2 2100, ASC2 2100S. The oldest is the ASC2, and we've looked at those locations that have the oldest controllers. In fact, we have an ASC 8000, which hasn't been made for 25 years, 30 years. So it's not at an intersection that requires a lot of computing power. It's at Volunteer Park. So you push the button, the light turns red, people cross the street.
Sure.
That's all it has to do. It doesn't have to run a large intersection.
So do we need to change? No. Okay.
We don't want to wait for it to fail, especially at a pedestrian intersection where...
I hear you entirely. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councilmember Rhodes.
I don't have questions as much as comments. The first comment is, in your report, Ron, you talked about equestrian sidewalk button. I might be the only one in the room that's actually used one of those. So I appreciate that they work when they work. The other one is, it is not lost on me that I finished reading this staff report, got in the car, and the lights at First and LA were out. Conspiracy? I'm just saying. But thank you for I think having this report and then being able to put these things into the queue and spread it out over 10 years is really the most responsible use of money that we can do. And so thank you for putting that together.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I was very much looking forward to this after all the complaints we've had about lights out. And I know it's an aging system, like some of us. So this was just a good assessment, get them in place, get them start to be replaced, and people will be happy that their lights are working correctly, except PSPS. So we have to remind them of that. We can't do anything about that. But thank you for the report. And do I have a motion so we can fix things? Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
Starting tomorrow.
He's starting tomorrow as long as he gets.
We have to give him some money.
Okay.
I move that we approve the City of Simi Valley traffic signal conditions. Is it on?
No.
You just turned me on? Okay, thank you. I move that the City Council approve the City of Simi Valley Traffic Signal Conditions Assessment Report, that we establish a new capital improvement project to complete the Phase 0 recommendations of the Traffic Signal Conditions Assessment Report, that we approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of $250,000 from the general fund and authorize an interfund transfer to the new CIP project, that we amend the contract with Econolite, as long as they promise to get right on it, Control Products, to extend the contract for 1 year until October 6, 2027, and increase the not-to-exceed budget by $175,000 for a total contract not-to-exceed amount of $375,000. And finally, that we amend the contract with Econolite Services, Inc. to increase the not-to-exceed amount by $75,000 for a total contract not-to-exceed amount of $1.2 million.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and second. Call for the vote.
It's not showing. Let's try it again.
You might have to fix this system too.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. Very excited.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is City Council member reports.
Councilmember Ayala, you are up first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wednesday, March 11th, I attended the Every 15 Minutes program at Simi Valley High School, so thanks to everyone who helped put that on. I believe Mike Korch, you helped put that on, did you not? As well as the Simi Valley Parent Teachers Student Association, so thank you for that. On March 12th, I attended the Neighborhood Council number 3 meeting, and we had a presentation from our Public Works regarding the flood program. And I don't know if a lot of people know that we are part of FEMA's community rating system, and by doing different activities, our Public Works Department, it reduces the flood insurance premiums for the people in our community. So it's a really good program, and our community members benefit from us being part of that program. On March 13th, I attended the Callegas grant that Congresswoman Julia Brownlee presented. And what I learned was the capacity of Lake Bard is 10,500 acre feet. But due to hydraulic limitations, the plant can only access and treat 7,500 acre feet of that. And so what this grant did, which was over $1 million, it will allow Callegas to treat the remaining 3,000 and provide fully treated water in the event of an emergency in our community. So it's a really good program, and it really helps us in case of an emergency or lack of water supply. I also attended on that same day, the 4th of July committee meeting that we're planning that 2-day event. And again, I presented some of those things. I will let you guys know if it's simi250.com is the website, and it's already built out and has a summary of all of the events that are happening for those 2 days, July 3rd and 4th. March 17th, I had my touch base meeting with the city manager. Thank you for taking the time for me with that. On March 18th, I had the Youth Employment Services Committee meeting. Two things. The big one was getting prepared for the job fair. And the other was they're thinking of a workshop for local businesses to give them information on the job permitting process, hiring students, things like that, which will really be an uplift for the students who are looking for jobs. On March 18th, I also met with a community members who represent an organization called For the Future. It's a nonprofit that helps girls here in Simi Valley with group homes, and we'll probably hear more from them. They're looking for some more community support and to be more active in our community. On March 19th, I attended the Salute to Excellence Awards that the Chamber put on. I think all of us were there. It was a great event. Congratulations to all of them. On March 20th was also an awards season. It was the Elks First Responder of the Year, the Elks Responder of the Year Awards. And they all did a great job. The food was amazing. Mike, your group there did were great hosts. Thank you for that. Special congratulations to our two local winners. Officer Stephen Philbrook was the Officer of the Year. And also for the Ventura County Fire recipient, he left, it was Engineer Company 43 here on LA Avenue and Yosemite. So they were recognized too. So we had some local recognition winners, which was really great. On March 21st was the Youth Employment Services Job Fair. I think Mr. Fowler said about 350 to 400 people attended, which was really great turnout. They did not have their normal coffee sponsor this year, so I went ahead and sponsored the coffee this year. And so they'll be, hi Rocky. And they had to go to someone else. And also on that day, the Seroptimus hosted a small reception for Fred and Debbie Thomas at the Strathern because their bricks were being placed in the memorial garden. And so I attended that. I did not know our former mayor, but I know him just through all the stories that people say. And it's like nobody ever says anything bad about him. And so I just can, it's like there's also now a bench in front of the Boys and Girls Club dedicated to them as well. So just the fact that they have all these different dedications just tells me how much of an impact he had on the city and what a good man he was, and also Debbie as well. So I wish I could have known them, but I did not have a chance to. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On March 10th, Mike Judge and I attended a meeting with Glenn Becerra over a new idea that he has. There's always a new idea. Also on March 10th, the staff was kind enough to use short sentences and small words to try and explain the financials to me. I had questions about how the accumulated interest was being allocated in the budget, and now we figured it out. And then on March 10th, I participated in the interviews for the CPG Grants Review Committee, and we selected a great member to participate in that very, very difficult committee. On March 11th, I attended the Every 15 Minutes event, and Mike Court, congratulations on another successful pull-off. I've now seen the complete event. Last year I got to see the assembly, but couldn't go to the crash site, and this year I got to go to the crash site, but couldn't go to the assembly. It is moving. You can't look at that and not internalize and personalize what's going on as if it was your own kid. And terrific event. Well done, and glad we have it in our community. I left that night for Tampa, where I attended a coffee trade show and learned about AI at a coffee trade show. On March 16th, I attended the SCAG Sacramento Summit. It was a 2-day event. Councilmember Judge and I were up there representing SCAG. I'm on the Community Economic and Human Development Committee, this housing committee. The 2 days were, on day one, panels. People came to the room where we were, and we had discussions. And we had panels on labor, housing, CARB, I didn't jump over the desk on any one of those to give my opinion to the panelists, but it was sometimes informative and sometimes very tough to listen to because it's a political year every year up there. The second day was a lobbying day. SCAG is bringing forward 2 bills, one to alter the RENA process slightly and get more permanent funding. And then the other one is to alter the regional early action plan and expand it into 8 years instead of 4, which I think is a very reasonable request. And we did what's called pitching in the swing space. And Yeah, it's interesting. It's a building where all the electeds are, and you run from floor to floor and door to door, and you have 15 minutes on this weird speed dating experience and say the same thing over and over again, trying to get support for the bills. That was my first time. I've gone up on a single bill to a single representative before. I haven't done this thing. We did 12. Well, there were 4 or 5 teams, and we each had about 10 to 12 meetings each. So we were lobbying hard. Watching how the sausage got made, I can never unsee that. No, so, and I couldn't do coffee at the event because on March 11th, technically, I celebrated my birthday, but on that Friday and Saturday, my wife took me out to Yamava for a concert, so I couldn't do the coffee calling me out on the dais. Anyway, you sure? Uh-huh. All right, anyway, Mayor, that's the end of my report.
Thank you. I pointed him out, so it was good. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On March 10th, I too met with Glenn Becerra about some issues or some ideas he had. Again, I thought it was a very good meeting, very interesting ideas he had. Later that day, same place, we met with the city attorney for lunch and we discussed some stuff going on. Always great to meet with our city attorney and talk about things going on in the city. That evening, Rocky and I did do the interviews for the CPG committee, and I think, yes, I agree, we made a great choice for that committee. On Monday, excuse me, March 16th, I was up in Sacramento, and I think Rocky explained that very well. I can assure you that I know it's shocking, but I kept my mouth shut the entire time, except to say thank you to the legislatures for hearing us and hope that they support SCAG's proposals. On Thursday, March 19th, I attended the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce Salute Excellence Awards, and it was a great event, always a good event put on by the Chamber, and I'm looking forward to the next year. On Friday, March 20th, I too attended the Elks First Responder of the Year Awards. I love that event. The Elks do a great job, and I'm so glad they invite all the local electeds and honor every one of our first responders from AMR, Fire District, our police department, the Sheriff's Department, and our local CHP. Congratulations to all the recipients. On Saturday, March 21st, I too attended Fred's and Debbie's bricklaying over at the Strathern. I always like to point out when I'm there that it makes me feel real old seeing the Strathern Museum because their brick is laid behind the Old St. Rosalima Church, which was the church I was baptized in, that same building when it was on Pacific. And across from that is my barber shop that used to be on LA Avenue. So I always say it kind of makes you feel old when you see the old businesses from when you were a kid and they're in a museum. Oh. And later this evening, we're going to adjourn our meeting, so the mayor has kindly granted me permission to talk about something. We had a member of our Elks Lodge, and our Elks Lodge here in Simi Valley is about 900 members strong. It's a huge family. They do great things in the community. Last year, we donated over $60,000 to our local nonprofits and other things in the city just to help out and make sure that people get their galas on, they can get money for different things. One of our members died suddenly and tragically the weekend before. And so Saturday night, we had a great fundraiser for him at the Cork and Batter restaurant, led by Justin Honsinger and his band, to raise money for his family. Because again, it's a tragedy when anybody dies, but it's double the tragedy when it's sudden and unexpected. So my wishes go out to Robert Johnson was a great person. He was a great human being. He cared about this city a lot. He did a lot of good work for the Elks, and my condolences go out to his family because he can't be replaced. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Mike. On Tuesday, March the 10th, I got together with Debbie Klein, who's the Director of Institutional Advancement and Community Relations at Moore Park College, and we talked about some of the wonderful ways to collaborate together in the finer arts, and appreciate the work that they're doing there at Moore Park College. Wednesday, March the 11th, was part of the Hana Yosef put together a discussion about Amgen's growth in our region and what it can mean for us as well, and how we should work together to collaborate in doing things to take advantage of that growth. Also had the opportunity of attending the Every 15 Minutes program that Mike Court so graciously and tirelessly put together, and he's done that multiple times. So thank you for doing that for our community and for our young people. Saw the crash site on March 11th and attended the beautiful assembly that is held on March the 12th. And I will tell you that that is truly, if you can only go to one, I would encourage you to be that assembly. It's truly a moving, amazing program where it hits home just the impact of that comes about by some of these poor choices. But again, I want to thank Mike Court. I appreciated too that he arranged for Lauren Kiblinger to be the featured speaker, and she lost her son a few years ago in Santa Susana Pass. And just her story, if that alone was shared, would help all of us appreciate the consequences of our choices and actions. And so thank you, Mike, for that amazing lesson. Also on Thursday, March 12th, I attended VCOG's the VCOG board meeting in Camarillo, where we had actually I think you've shared with us the state of the region. In fact, you were part of this, I believe. But anyway, it was a discussion of some of the statistics about Simi Valley and the whole region. It's a great product. If anyone doesn't have one, I know they can acquire one. But also in that presentation too, we talked about some of the different. I think it was David Marin that presented to us. But also in the discussion, we also to hear about some of the legislation that affects us. One of the things they talked about is Michelle talks about how she coordinates with local cities and maybe how at least we could meet quarterly so we can join forces together. And so, again, appreciate the work being done and encourage us to be very active with that. Also on Thursday, March the 12th, I attended at Moore Park College their In the Heights production. Talk about first-class production happening in our community. Really well done. Just the music and the acting and just very well done. Friday, March the 13th, I attended the Simi Valley Ed Foundation's Teacher of the Month presentation where we honored Patrick Kelly, who is a teacher at Simi High School, who was part of their biology, biotech program, and has probably raised many scientists who are saving the world. So thank you to Patrick for his efforts there. I too attended the presentation by Congresswoman Julia Brownley, and I think that's a wonderful addition to our community. So glad that was championed by Charlotte and those at Cayuga's team to make that happen. That night, I guess it was my night for the arts. I went to Royal High School, attended their performance of Mamma Mia. We have some talented musicians in our and performers in our community. So congratulations to Susie Jeffords and her wonderful team there. Following week, on Tuesday, March the 17th, I attended AWA's Water Issues Briefing, where they where they had a presenter who talked a lot about the water basins throughout our county. I thought I would share that. And I didn't realize this, that the groundwater near us is part of the Las Posas Valley Basin, that it is actually divided east and west. We're kind of in the east side, which actually has higher elevation, 100 feet higher than the west basin. However, the east basin is, recharging is not occurring as well. And so we actually have some issues there to be aware of. The other thing I learned about is arundo, which I'd never heard of before, which is basically very thirsty plants that grow in our arroyo, et cetera, and takes water that could be used for other things. And there have been arundo removal projects that maybe we need to, again, revisit so that to, again, maximize on our water that is available. So also on Thursday, March the 19th, I attended, I'm sorry, that was Tuesday, excuse me. Also later that evening, I attended the Simi Valley Youth Council that met at the Cultural Arts Center, where they are planning this amazing talent show on April 11th. So get your tickets soon. Wednesday, March 18th, joined the mayor and our city manager, Argabright, in attending another discussion about what can be done to collaborate with our school council, school board, et cetera, and some local efforts. Also attended that afternoon SCE's GAP, or Government Advisory Panel, quarterly meeting. Some of the things that came out of that for me that SCE claims is when growth happens, it actually brings costs down. So in other words, if we have more projects that need more, it will actually bring costs down for everyone. Also talked about infrastructure and how it is very important for us to engage with them early and we're learning that the hard way and the right way now, that the minute we hear about something, we need to reach out to them so we can get the power that we need in the pipe, because it's critical, because there's not enough to go all around. They didn't say that, I'm saying that, but that's my observation. They also talked about their mobile education outreach that they have available that we can take advantage of, and I understand we will be using that with the senior presentation coming up at the Senior Center. Also, that was on, Wednesday. On Thursday, also attended a VCOG's admin committee meeting, appreciated meeting with our city manager, and also attended the Salute to Excellence. Appreciate the chamber for honoring some outstanding people, and it was good to be there. Also appreciated attending the Elks Lodge First Responder of the Year Awards. Thank you again to our outstanding Elks. I'm sorry that I missed, I had wanted to be at the the friend Debbie Thomas Brick Lane ceremony, etc., but I'm afraid I was down in Torrance playing the harp with a wonderful Lamb of God presentation and going through the 405. I'm just telling you, this last weekend was a difficult feat, but we are blessed to live in the community that we do that doesn't have some of those issues. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, could we take a 5-minute recess?
You may recess. Go ahead.
I still want to be home by 10:30, I'm thinking, so. Thank you. I know, I've got 5 minutes. On Wednesday, March 11th, yes, I attended the AmGen meeting at the Simi Valley Unified School District. It was very informative. They had AmGen there and went over what they're expecting with their new building and campus in Thousand Oaks. They're expanding it by $660 million. So they kind of shared that with us. And then what was very interesting is they had the gentleman from the foundation there actually explaining what areas the foundation concentrates in and all the things that they do for our local communities. So it was very informational. On Thursday, March 12th, I attended the opening night of the Simi Valley Citizens Academy with our chief. So I go first, and then he gets to entertain them afterwards. So let's see. On Wednesday, March 18th, we again met with just the Simi Unified School District superintendent and then 2 of the board members to discuss anything that we might want to move forward with the AmGen expansion so that we could complement the area and get ahead of it. So unfortunately, I did not make it to the every 15 minutes, but I'm going to age both my daughter and Corey Baker. They were in the first one in 2003. They were both students that were selected for the very first every 15 minutes. So I was one of the parents participating. Extremely moving, even though you knew it wasn't real. It was very, very moving. And to see all her friends, they all learned a good lesson, I think, that day. But it's a very good program, so thanks, Mike, for continuing to help promote that. On Thursday, March 19th, I also attended the Chamber Salute to Excellence Awards. They do a great job. Everyone that earned an award, it was well-deserved. I attended the Elks Lodge First Responder of the Year Awards. They always do a great job. It was very good. The food was a stuffed chicken, and for going to a banquet type thing, it was very good. And it was Station 43 C Shift that received the Engine of the Year. It's Captain Becca Merrill. She played softball with my daughter when they were kids. So it was good to see her. And on Saturday, the 21st, I also attended the Yes Job and Career Fair. Ryan, great job. I got there later, and there were still tons of people there. So very, very interesting. And then I also attended the little memorial service for the Thomases at Strathern Park. And yes, Mike, I could see seeing those things there move there would make a difference in your life. That's all I have for my report. So the last item on the agenda is 10B. Do we have any agenda items? Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Yes, just, I was approached by a community member, and there's a group that would like to consider placing a plaque on, there's an oak tree that we have built a road around to preserve, which is on Yosemite. It's where Yosemite turns into Cottonwood Drive. It also, Evening Sky Drive is off of that. And as I understand that our former Planning Commissioner Chair, Larry Freed, am I saying his name correctly? That he was absolutely instrumental in saving that tree, but it has now become a beautiful spot in that community, and people that live there would love to maybe have a plaque that commemorates that occurrence and that tree and tells a little bit of history. They said they'll take care of the cost, but if we were amenable, they'd like the city maybe to identify a location or parameters if that's something we would consider doing. So
I'll second to put it as a discussion item. So that would be to discuss whether we could allow a plaque at that location. Any other items?
I don't know if it's for agenda or if it's a staff ask, but putting our national motto up in City Hall, and as per the request of the community members. Is that something that needs to come to council to do? Okay, then I would ask to have that brought back as an agenda item.
If staff can put together a memo to boxes for the council's review, and then following review of that, if council would still like that to come forward, then we can do that.
Okay.
Sounds good, thank you. All right, thank you. So tonight, we are closing in memory of John Sunia, who's Oxnard Police Department and a DA investigator with Ventura County, as well in memory of Robert Johnson, who Mike spoke about. He's a local resident and an Elks member. And thank you. We're adjourned. Yeah, I'm done by